Live?
You said that like it was a question. I don't be liking that. That remind me of the old shit.
There are no questions.
That remind me of the old shit right
There
there.
are no questions, only answers.
Ain't that dumbass shit. What up, Biddy?
What up? What up? What up? What up? What up?
Biddy back to being the first.
Facts. Boom. All right. Whew. What is going on?
It's a bunch of shit that need to be left in 2024.
Well, I mean,
no.
A bunch of shit that should have been left in 2020.
1920. Fuckers be getting on my damn nerves. Keep
being honest.
Yeah, like tired of that shit.
So annoying.
What up, Fruit Thinker?
What up? What up? What up? What up? What up?
For some reason, it keeps saying stream is starting.
On what? What you looking at?
I refreshed the
Is
feed on YouTube. That's what
YouTube.
Yeah.
It looked like it's live to me.
Let me refresh it again. Because it do say live, but I'm getting
the thing that said 1820. You said 1820.
Hey, leave that shit back there.
Facts.
You be tired of that shit.
Ooh. I think you broke it.
Possible?
That's my personal thoughts on it.
Yeah, now no, it ain't.
Oh, all right.
No, it ain't.
Man.
So it's the start of the year.
Can we just get rid of people?
Nigga. Oh, it's coming. Listen, I told motherfuckers before, I'm rooting for the AI. Like whichever way it goes. If it go, turn everything to a end of scarcity and the utopia. All right, that's cool. We get our Federation future, Star Trek Federation future. That's cool. But if it turned into Ultron, if it turned into them motherfuckers like in the Terminator movies, if it turned I'm with that too. Fuck.
Yo said Skynet, we await you.
Nigga, if it's Skynet, if it's Ultron, if it's Brainiac, come with it.
Hilarious.
Just saying. Let me start this new year off right, officially. Welcome, everyone, to the Black Culture Geeks podcast. This is my man, SPJ. And I am Tombstone the Dead Man. And we are just a couple of geeks talking about pop culture from a Black perspective. Facts indeed. Listen, there's a lot of things we hoping motherfuckers keep back in 2024. But we also know people.
Yeah.
They not.
Nah.
One of the things, listen, your own personal heroes, the motherfuckers you look up to, can we leave the not scrutinizing them in the past? Because here's the thing about that, right?
It's not going to happen.
So, some of y'all get on my fucking nerves with this.
Most.
Okay, I'll amend that. Most of you get on my fucking nerves with this. Like, you do realize that when a motherfucker gets some sort of notoriety and fame and wealth, and if they have an interest of remaining in public life, they also have people doing PR for them, right? Because they know that how people perceive them may have an impact on whatever it is they do to keep that money. Sometimes it's also about ego, right? They don't want people to see them in the light that they actually are. It's not that they think they're doing anything wrong. In their ego, they think that everybody else is so dumb and so slow that they would perceive it as wrong when it's really not, even though it actually fucking is, right? some of y'all will look at these people and you see that PR package that they put out there for them. And that's all you need to see.
Yeah.
That's all you need to see. And you remain uncritical about these people. Then when shit starts coming out, because we live in an information age, so ignorance is a choice. You can literally go and find out a bunch of shit about a bunch of people, particularly public figures. And you motherfuckers, man, you motherfuckers will sit up here and sing the praises of these bastards when there's information out there to show them that they're ass. And even if you take some quote unquote accomplishment that they did and overinflate that shit to the point where you're willing to ignore the immorality of it, can you at least have a smidgen, just a smidgen, of self-preservation when these motherfuckers are doing things that's going to negatively affect you? Can you at least, I'm asking y'all to do something real easy because humans are innately selfish. I'm asking you to be selfish, something you do all the time. Be selfish. Like, hold up, what this motherfucker doing?
Right.
What is he doing? Oh, word? That's going to make it so that I can't, or I don't, or I won't, or the shit going to feel like, and they doing it, fuck them. I don't care about that other shit that they doing. They're doing things that's going to negatively affect me. Be selfish. Because y'all selfish with all the rest of the regular people. But you're not going to be selfish with the people that have everything already? You're bugging. It's 2025. I am asking that you leave that shit back in the past, even though I know for a fact you will not. You will not. I don't give a fuck who your favorite oligarch is. I don't care. If they're doing shit that's going to negatively affect you or your community, you have the absolute right to say fuck them. Nobody's paying you to run interference for them motherfuckers.
Correct.
He or she ain't gonna give you a fucking dime. Who was that Kardashian young girl who was
one
mad
of them?
because one of them who I ain't gonna say she was mad, but she was not quite a billionaire.
I want to
So
say the name begins with a K.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I think it's safe
that
to
her first name.
True. Valid.
All right.
Valid. I'll allow it, right? Her goofy ass fan base said, we gotta make sure she gets up to 1 billion. And they start donating her money.
Oh, was it Kylie?
I think that's it.
Chloe, Courtney, Kim?
It's a K. All of them K. I mean, Chloe, you might get away with a C, but yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're all Ks. Like, y'all really irritate the fuck out of me when y'all do that shit. These motherfuckers.
The one that thought she was going to solve war with a Pepsi.
I wouldn't be. I never heard that, but I wouldn't be surprised. Nigga.
It was a whole thing. So it was a Pepsi commercial. I think it was Pepsi. I'm pretty sure it was Pepsi. Some type of cola commercial, and like the premise of the commercial was literally there were two sides warring. It was like a protest situation, like a serious protest situation, and like she walked up and gave the other person on the other side of Pepsi. And like everybody now got along.
Everybody like, that is the goofiest. That has to be the goofiest.
Yo, the people dug in her ass for that dumb shit. Matter of fact, I'm gonna see if I can find it. Keep going.
Yo, the people. I'm glad that the people dug in her ass for that because they should have. But then they still went around and made sure that she got $1 billion.
I think it was after she was a billionaire already.
I swear, y'all motherfuckers are really y'all fucking the game up for real. Like there were several times in history, where we could have like really ended a lot of the dumb shit, right? But the people decided they wanted to keep the dumb shit going, and maybe because they just wanted something to fucking complain about. I don't know, what's going on with that. But y'all really gotta come on, man. Like, so I'm asking for very little. I'm asking for y'all to be selfish like you always are. Everything else. Be selfish against these motherfuckers too, right? I don't give a fuck what they do far as singing, far as acting, far as they were politicians or the captains of industry. I don't give a fuck. They don't fuck with you. They don't fuck with you. They only fuck with you to funnel your dividends up to them. That's it.
Right.
That's it. And just be selfish. That's all. That's probably one of the worst pieces of advice you would give in any other circumstance, except this one. Be selfish. When they doing shit that we know harms us, nigga. So hold up. I gotta interrupt myself because we have to introduce the greatest scientist in extropian history. Maybe next to Zagain. You know what I'm saying? Maybe next to Zagain. Yeah. Or Ormerfield. Wasn't Ormerfield more of a philosopher? He was more like a philosopher. You know,
lore, hard to argue lore with the lore forge himself. But black people, how you guys doing today?
We doing great.
Hey man,
we doing great.
Loving life.
So we Graydon hit me up the other day. It was like, you know, I'm going dark. Got to do this move. And when we was gone, because it's our first day back, we was gone. Gray went live, held the fort down on Saturday.
Geese.
For the geese. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, since he's going to be going kind of dark for the next few weeks, he's going to make an appearance on the Black Culture Geek Show.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
You dig? What's up with you, bro?
I'm just Norton, just trying to kick it with y'all. I just want to say, for real though, between you and SPJ, hold it down, man. I just want to give you guys your flowers because, you know, every Saturday morning you guys are up regular, talking about the week's issues, breaking it down for our people, trying to bring awareness to our plight, what's going on in the Black diaspora. You know, we need more people like y'all on the front lines, arguing, speaking for us, making sure people know we have a voice, that we ain't forgotten, the culture ain't forgotten. To me, it's like you guys provide a necessary function and a necessary purpose. So shout out to the geeks, shout out to the geese. And yeah, I'm honored to be on the show for sure.
Appreciate you, bro. We appreciate you. Listen, at this point, this is muscle memory. We've been doing this shit for a whole bunch of years now. You know what I'm saying? It's muscle memory. And I'm with you with that. I feel like it's necessary. Some things need to be said. And also, there needs to be, just in my opinion, there needs to be some content out here where people aren't falling over themselves to congratulate celebrities and well-known people. Like, fuck that. Our key mantra here is your heroes have no power here. Listen, they may allow on other podcasts for people to do fuck shit, say fuck shit, and not be confronted or held accountable, at least rhetorically, right? Because we can't do shit else. At least rhetorically hold motherfuckers accountable, but not over here. Nah, B. Nah, we didn't win that people we absolutely love for what they did.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nah.
Hey,
a list of my favorites. A list of my favorites consecutively. Like, I can't remember what time period it was, but it was like every other week, another one of my favorite celebrities
was doing some fuck shit.
Bullshit. So we had to address that shit.
Listen, one of my favorite people of all time that you guys did a segment on was Jaleel White. And I'm a huge Jaleel White fan, even now to this day. But no lies were fucking told during that episode. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no lies.
We're fans of Jaleel, yo.
You know me. I'm a fan of him.
Yeah. Yeah.
I actually know some of his people. You know, I know some of his people.
I know you do. Right.
So
I know you do.
Ultimately, but again, no lies were told in the sort of, blanket statement of our stories being told on one particular behalf or another. I just, like you guys, I don't see the evidence to support that.
Yeah. Facts.
There's plenty of stories of us. It's not like that.
He tried to walk it back.
He did.
He did a podcast. He went on Van Lathan and Rachel Lindsay's podcast, and he tried to walk it back a little bit. And parts of what he was saying made sense.
Yep.
But it was like one of those things where like it seemed like he was he seemed very rehearsed in what he was saying versus it being his actual sentiment. And in
other words, to stamp out the fire, stamp out the fire a little bit. But you know what?
Like,
I'll take it.
Cool. Yeah, it's like your clarification is appreciated.
Right.
I wish that you would have because you met one of his one of his points was that this common thing that happens where that was just a 2-minute clip out of a 1 hour. Blah. Sure. However, that argument works against you as well because you had an hour to give any clarification that you wanted to give, and you chose to move on or whatever the case may be. So it's like, come on, bro. Like there was a better way for you to have said the point that you were trying to get out.
And we need you firing on all cylinders.
That's CJ. Do you feel like he was licking his finger, putting it in the wind to see which way the wind was kind of blowing at the time? Because we were in
I do. I really do. I feel like with that initial comment, what that was, I feel like where it was because
why your audio doing something weird?
I don't know. I feel like it was in Wilmington or something like that. I can't remember exactly where it was, but it was definitely a place that was not predominantly black.
Right.
So I don't know if maybe whoever his publicist was or whatever prompted him on what the crowd is and the type of things that they might be into and not into and how they feel about it. And he might have just been trying to address that.
Right.
Because again, his clarification, while it has a couple holes, I understand. Like the clarification tracked to a certain extent.
It did.
So it could absolutely have been him just trying to test the waters because he has that book. And even Van was saying, both Van and Rachel were saying, like, reading the book, we don't get that type of sentiment from you.
Right.
Like, the book is worlds apart from that tape that he had. Like, he in the book, he bigs up all those other people.
Right.
So I absolutely think it was a little bit of that. Like, all right, where am I? What's the audience for this particular place? Let me go ahead and say this thing.
Yeah. Check the temperature of the room, you know, and do that. I mean, it's a celebrity thing. I get it. It's one of the things that makes me glad that I'm not a celebrity.
Right.
Like, glad I'm not a celebrity because there's a lot of pressure to say when the camera's on you, it's on you. You know what I'm saying? And when it's like 1 million people watching your ass, they watching. Right?
Well,
you scratch your nose the wrong way. And
the interesting thing is he's been famous for a long time. Mm-hmm. And when you have been famous for a long time, I think it colors your perspective on how to speak because you're always worried about how's this going to affect my brand? How's this going to affect my opportunities? Are they going to invite me to Sundance this year because I couldn't? You know what I mean? Right. That's stuff he has to consider. And you know, when you're trying to really speak for the culture and say, hey, you know, we're being portrayed in an unfair light. You can only say X, Y, or Z before certain eyebrows get raised. And they're like, yeah, don't invite that. Don't invite him over here because he's gonna
that's
be
true.
speaking on X, Y, and Z. So you got to keep a measured approach on that. And I feel like he was testing to see, well, how far can I go with this? Maybe let me just see. Let me test the room. Oh, nope, that's too far. Got it. No problem. And he walked it back to the line that was acceptable, and that was it. You know what I'm saying?
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much. That's pretty much what it was. That's pretty much what it was. It's crazy. So I don't think I did show SPJ, but Graydon showed me his new setup that he's about to get put together.
Yeah.
Listen, bro. What?
It's the dumbest shit ever. It really is. I can show you.
It is dumb.
Look at it.
It's dumb, bro. Look at that. Look at this shit.
So this is just what I put together in Photoshop, Photopea, whatever you want to call it. But basically, it's a 8-monitor setup, and my main monitor in the middle here is what's going to be my sort of curved, 1 millisecond response time main display. They're all going to be on mounts. They're all going to be pivotable, swivetable, except for these sub-horizon monitors down here. But yeah, right now I have 7. This puts me up to 8, and I don't think I can go any further than that. So I think I'm tapped out on that one, dog. I'm way tapped out.
That is insane.
Yeah,
insane,
crazy.
Yeah, I already ordered all the shit. It's literally on my way to the new house now. So.
Oh, so you did have it sent over to the new house?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's some real grave extropia shit, dog. Like
It is.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I do want to sort of throw this to you guys and see what you guys are thinking. What is you guys' feeling on representation of us in the superhero genre? Like, how do you feel we're represented? Like, so Jaleel White has somewhat of the notoriety of being in 2 parts of my childhood, right? Like, he was Steve Urkel from Family Matters, and I remember him as that, and he was, Stefan the cool one and Steve the geek, and I remember there was this dichotomy. I remember I didn't even believe that was the same actor when he was he was so different, right? I was like, he's taller. He's more built. What are they doing? He's got a twin or something. But then he was in Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic, yep.
He was such a good cartoon, Sonic the Hedgehog. So, like, you fast forward, 20, 25 years and stuff, and the superhero age has already had. You have characters like, and I'll never leave him off this, but like Blade. Blade represents us. You had Black Lightning, who was one, Static Shock, who was another, Steel, who was one. But now I kind of feel like outside of the Wakandans, outside of Black Panther, how do you feel like we're being represented or being portrayed? Do you think there's still a lot of stereotypes being portrayed? Do you think there's still sort of low-hanging fruit? Or do you think that it's being evolved to portray the modern age African-American consciousness as opposed to what they would have done in the 80s and 90s?
I think it depends on the character and the company. So what my observation is that you'll find more Black characters in the indie space than you do in the bigger companies, even though they are there. But there's a shit ton of indie Black characters. And unfortunately, there's a lot of bad writing going on in a lot of the indie space. It just is. There's a lot of bad writing, and some of that bad writing does lend itself to stereotypes, even if they aren't the same types of stereotypes that they used to use back in the day, right? As far as the big companies, dialogue-wise, they've gotten better. Way better with Black characters with the dialogue, but their position is still not that much different than it was when they first came out. So you'll have better dialogue from Luke Cage now. Better dialogue, right?
Instead of being written like member Barrett from Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
People are just, hey, what up, fool? What up, fool? Bro. Come on, bro. Like, don't do us like that. I know those are the Japanese, so I'm gonna give him a pass. But like, come on.
Right. Come on, man. Like, so Luke Cage dialogue is much, I'm using him as an example, much better.
Yeah. it had to change.
It had to change, right? But his position is pretty much the same.
Yeah.
See, one of the things and this goes for women in comic books as well. If you want for there to be more of the popular genre of comic book characters that are women or black or what have you, two things have to happen. One, you got to support them when they come out. You got to support them because at the end of the day, the bottom line they looking at is the money decision, a business decision that this is not something that the audience wants. I want the audience's attention and engagement, and I want the money. So I'm going to focus my energy on the stuff that I think they do want or they've shown that they want. The other thing, though, is on the writers and the creators. Create interesting characters, B. So you can give them a fighting chance out there when it's literally thousands of characters out there. Create interesting fucking characters with interesting backstories and some real development. You know, I'm big on the whole character development shit.
Yeah.
Like, do that, and they don't feel hollow. They don't feel like you just put darker ink on the same character you done retread 100 times and shit. So I do feel like there has been some improvements, absolutely, in dialogue and those things. But if you don't place the black character in a situation where he saves the world, you don't put the woman character in a situation where they save the world, they don't build up the cred amongst the readership, right? Like, we can all point at situations where Reed Richards saved the universe, where Thor big ass saved the universe, where Iron Man with Superman just came in and that's it. Oh, we all would have been done if it had not been for Batman. And you get enough of those types of stories, people look at the character with a certain level of respect. And that's why when you see these other YouTubers doing videos on the feats of the characters and who can beat who, there's a certain just credibility that comes with these characters and what they can do because you have examples of them in the book doing some wild shit. This is also one of the reasons why some of the things y'all gonna see in this first arc with Gray and Malik is to validate them. Absolutely. So that when people have the conversation, they're in the conversation, right? But if you don't do that with these characters that there are not a lot of, it's harder to get the readers to buy in. Make them do badass shit. Make them say interesting things, interesting dialogue, something quotables. And it don't matter at that point what color the reader is. This is just a badass character, and we fuck with him. That's why everybody fuck with Blade. Blade is just badass. Period. Badass translates cross culture, cross all that shit.
I can hear SPJ thinking. I can literally hear you thinking.
I have a hot take.
Can't wait. We here for the hot take.
Yes.
So Tim said two things have to happen. I disagree vehemently.
Okay.
I think one thing has to happen. And that one thing is that the United States needs to not be the top superpower.
What? Wait a minute.
The reason now, listen, the reason I say that is because yes, we're talking specifically about comic characters / superheroes because they aren't. It's not a perfect circle. The Venn diagram is not a perfect circle. I think that's just a microcosm of media in general. Like all of this shit has been that same formula, though it might not have happened at the same time, at the same rate. It's all the same thing. What ends up happening is we get a here nigga damn. And then sometimes
Wait a minute, hold on, stop. We get a here nigga damn. Yeah. Y'all want a superhero here?
Exactly.
Fine.
Like, and again, this goes across all visual media. We get a here nigga damn. That one may or may not work. If it doesn't work, that group of people that have something to do with that will stay away from that for the longest time. Right. If it does work, that group of people that were responsible for that, the ones that are more pro the idea, they will move on and try to do another one. But the problem is the way creativity works, it is an independent, for lack of a better term, we'll call it skill, is an independent skill from that of morality. And that is an independent skill from that of this idea of representation. So what ends up happening is the people that may have been on our side on the representation part may not have been the highest on the creativity part. Or the people who are on the higher end of the morality part may not be that high on the representation part and all that other shit. So you end up having these teams that produce magic. They splinter, they go off, and then you have the same cycle. It's not a here nigga damn because that's what they do. That's what they want to do. And then they'll try to do it again. And if it fails, you will never hear from them again. Not just they will stay away from the thing. You won't hear from those creators again. That shit will tank their entire career. And now you have somebody who may have been thinking, I might want to get into this, look over there and say, oh, they did that and that ruined their career. And the most recent example I can give you is the idea of, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot a point, where some people might take it a step too far too quickly, and it doesn't match up with what they've established already. And the example I can give you to encapsulate all of this shit, and I'm glad you added women in there, Tim, is the Marvels. It's exactly what happened with the Marvels. And now Marvel is going back to white male protagonist is the key. It's exactly what happened with the MCU, and that is fair or unfair. When you look at the MCU, that's a good way to determine what everything else in the genre is going to be, because it tends to be the case that when you are successful, when you're at the top, people are going to copy you in some way, shape, or form. Either going to copy you directly, or they're going to try their hardest to not be you. That is going to end up with the opposite effect. So I feel like as long as this is the case, because you will have this loud minority that seeps into the majority. It's not just that they're a loud minority, because when that happens, nobody cares. It doesn't really matter because they don't really affect shit. But when the loud minority seeps into the majority, that's when you get a situation like what happened with the Marvels, where people were like, oh, they're just doing this because of this? Oh, this must not be good. There's no way they're going to be able to make this good. And who are these people? And how did they do that? And because Marvel was so ambitious, and this entire phase, they, whether intentional or not, they hit the overdrive button on representation. And then they hit it again. So that had people, ironically, feeling the way that we feel, and they now feel underrepresented, and they happen to have the majority. Right? It's the craziest shit in the world.
It's insane. Especially considering the fact that legitimately the Marvels was bad.
It was not a great movie.
It was not. It's not that the characters are bad. These are, I've read these are great characters.
Right.
The movie was horrible.
Yeah.
Horribly done. So it deserved to be banned.
But now you get people looking back at Shang-Chi. Now you get people looking back at Black Widow. It's not that they're bad movies. It's just that, oh, so this was horrible. This was blacks and women.
That's why.
Okay.
So in other words, they say the reason it was horrible is because it was blacks and women. Is that what?
That's how that shit go. That's why you heard that motherfucker Mike Eisner. Hey, we're gonna go back to our core. It was just coded. It was just coded for white male. That's that whole statement he put out. It was just coded for white male. We're going back to white male. We're going back to white male leads. That's why we're getting Robert Downey Jr. back. That's why we're getting Chris Evans back. It's that whole thing. And then on top of that, we have to be saints, and nobody is. Regardless of how you feel about the Jonathan Majors thing,
I was hoping
it
somebody
is
was
what
going to bring
happened.
that up. I was
It
hoping
is what
somebody was
happened.
going to bring that up because
Regardless how you feel about the case, regardless of how you feel about how they treated the case, it is a situation there. He was the big bad of this whole thing.
This whole
He
arc,
was the
he
big
was
bad.
supposed to be the big bad. Yeah.
And then he got in trouble. And when he got in trouble, all that shit's over. Nope. All right. And it goes back to the same thing. And maybe it is just a coincidence. It is absolutely possible. I don't want to leave out that possibility. But the big bad was this strongly phenotypical black male.
Mhm.
And then he gets in trouble, and now we get RDJ.
So for the record, also that Jonathan Major situation, she recently dropped all those charges, and all those charges now have been dropped against them. So all of that virtue signaling that they did and firing him the way that they did, it looks really bad now in hindsight. It looks really silly now in hindsight, and Disney looks like a clown. I do want to push back on one point. I feel like I agree with most of what you said, except for the American hegemony part, and here's why. I don't know if you know, I'm talking to the viewer out there. I don't know if you know how we're viewed across the world, but it ain't great. And whoever the superpower is that replaces us, I guarantee you they're not going to portray us any better. Any better.
No. To be clear, no. That's absolutely true. No. I'm sorry. I didn't finish my thought.
Okay.
I meant it had to be us.
Okay. I was
No.
going to say.
No. You're right. No, you're 100% right.
Yeah.
That is correct. Because nigga,
America. Listen, I would rather have America's portrayal of us than China's portrayal of us.
Yeah.
No, I've already seen China's portrayal of us. It's like I've already seen the Arabs portrayal of us. Trust me, like.
We've seen. There's a whole argument right now with the Japanese people talking about black people
and
it's like,
and here,
you don't
think about that. I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to throw this to you. How much of the $1.4 trillion of spending power has gone towards the Japanese animation market from black?
Bro,
and that's why I have this issue, right? So, if anybody who knows me has ever really had a conversation with me, has followed me on social medias when I'm active, you will know that my taste in media is eclectic.
Right.
I am not one of those people that's just, it got to be black. No.
Right.
If you say
I
that,
really don't know anybody that's like that, though, to be honest.
That part, but
I don't know anybody that's like that.
On the parabola of that, I will say, I detest when growing up, we make another culture our North Star.
Same.
And
I can agree with that.
To the point that you just made, Gray, I see a lot of that with Japanese culture. And it's not that you can't enjoy these things. Again, if you follow me or talk to me, you know that I enjoy several different types and genres and all this other type shit. Absolutely. However, like I hate to do this whole gatekeeping / dick measuring contest thing. Like because of my age, it is impressive that I Akira was my shit. Like
Akira was dope.
And so, like, it's not that I wasn't into that stuff. It's just that it was not ever my North Star. I didn't grow up thinking, I want to be like this, or I want to do this, or I want to do. No, it was always, all right, Leo is great. Leo is amazing. But Denzel,
right.
That's a difference.
I'm sure we're the same age, or we're somewhere around the same age. So we both saw Malcolm X in the theaters and went through that phase of our lives where we were just super black revolutionaries and we wanted to tear down the entire system in one night with a shopping cart. But I feel like
with a shopping cart, though.
oh yeah, we stupid with it. Remember, you all of a sudden you saw Roots the first time, and then all of a sudden you linked up with your homies and you wanted to just overthrow the government tomorrow and shit. You know what I'm saying? But to your point though, I do feel like so yours was Akira, mine was Ninja Scroll. Now I remember Akira, right? But I had
Ninja
that
Scroll.
Yeah, you had that Ninja Scroll experience where you're like, oh man, what is this shit? And I never took to anime the way a lot of my black friends did. My brother Taj, he's way more on the super anime side and knows everything about the culture and all that stuff. Here's the issue that I kind of have with that. And to SPJ's point, it's not ours. It's one of the main reasons why I left Christianity is because it wasn't ours. And I was rejecting at that time anything that wasn't ours. So I don't care if it was Japanese animation or white Christianity. I was rejecting it.
Right.
That was the reality.
Right.
And whatever the whatever the historical scars that I inherit with this experience in this land, it's like at that time I was so rigid about what I was willing to accept from media, from music, from storytelling, comics, science fiction, whatever. If it didn't have us represented in a positive light, I didn't want nothing to do with it, which is why Deep Space Nine ended up being my favorite Star Trek curation because of how and I'll kick it back to you guys on this. In Star Trek Discovery, the bastard stepchild of Star Trek, the one that, the other side hates with a passion because they call it too woke. What was the thing that they did that got the right so upset? What was the thing that they got? They made Stacey Abrams the president of the
yes, they made her the president.
And that shit made Fox fucking News. And I'm like, look at these fucking clowns.
Yeah.
Like, you do know it's fiction, right?
we not allowed to be that in real life
or fiction.
Fiction,
and
apparently.
And so I'm looking at that and I say, okay, how then do you want us represented? Because I remember a time where we talked about it before at the beginning of the show. All of the stereotypes were not only used, but we were saturated in them.
Yes.
And that was the stuff that was selling. So, that was huge for the comment section. But I go back and say, if not that representation, then what?
Well, see, I think part of the issue is the same issue we're having in hip hop, right? The reality is whatever image they go with, we don't own.
Correct.
And we don't benefit from it more than the other dominant demographic. Like with hip hop music, this argument going on now between the FBA and the other people who are black but come from different places is that, we started hip hop. So I see all these arguments between, like, you got Fat Joe arguing with Lord Jamal and all this other shit. And not one time in the course of that conversation was the actual thing that needed to be talked about. And that was the fact that we don't own hip hop.
Right.
We don't own it.
Thanks.
That we can create all the shit we want, but eventually it'll get funneled to somebody else. They'll own it. They'll be responsible for all the contracts and shit that go out. Who gets paid what gets played but doesn't get played, who gets the money for that shit to come out. Bro, it's not ours.
That's the point that I was making. That is the point that I was making. At the end of the day, we are at the mercy of other people to tell us what is palatable.
Yep.
And that is annoying.
To your point, somebody had said something that was so crazy, and I had to realize what had happened to the culture in order for this to even be allowable. But I'm sure you've seen that viral video of somebody who claims to be a rapper or somebody who's from the hip hop culture talking about they don't want to listen to no unk shit. Or
yes, bro. I was going to make a video on that.
Listen, and I'm looking at this and I'm like, who done made it so comfortable for cuz to feel so comfortable to say this like that?
Hold up. The problem with that question is that it's multi-tiered, right? So the first tier is what Tim already said. We don't own this shit. We do not own this shit.
We created it, but we don't own it.
To a certain extent, because of the ownership and whatever applies to ownership, we don't have control there. However, that's where culture comes in, right? So if you don't have ownership over the overall thing, that is the capitalist side of it. That's an issue, but it's fine as long as we keep the cultural side of it in check, and we have not. So who gave him that? Us.
Right. So
We gave him
here's the interesting thing about that, though. The culture side should have never been for sale. I think the problem we should have monetized the experience because that was our path towards power.
Yes.
Right. Our
Yes.
path towards investing in things that would return power. But
Yes.
the culture should have never been sold. And, Snoop Dogg had that, famous album, Games to Be Told, Not Sold. I feel like that was always code for y'all are letting some of the stuff
Keep going.
out that shouldn't be out, and y'all letting some of the stuff in that shouldn't be in. And we had this whole issue in, I don't know what year you would probably articulate it as, but I think between like 2006 and like 2012 was when that war was fought in hip hop, and we lost.
Yeah.
100%. So it was like, okay, well, shit, what do we do now? We have to regroup. And there was elements of hip hop that regrouped and was like you said, it goes back to the Fat Joe, Lord Jamar conversation about who created hip hop. I would think that it would be beyond dispute that even if we don't own it, we created it. And we didn't just created it. We solidified it to be a lifetime. As long as there's earth, there will be hip hop.
Thanks.
We did that. And so for anybody to be like disrespectful or casual about what they don't want to hear, when it's like that's representative of like the Dillas and the RZAs and the, basically all of our superheroes. These are our
building blocks.
Yeah, this is the foundation right here. And I come from gang culture, right? Certain things you're able to sort of say and certain things you're not able to ever say. If you ever disrespect any of the big homies or the dead homies,
we just talked about that. Me and Greg just talked about that other day.
And it's like when they disrespect those people, that's how I feel. It's like, nah, y'all either disrespecting the big homies or the dead homies. And from that perspective, there ain't nothing else to talk about. But Snoop, when he said that, he was like, we're letting elements that aren't supposed to be in hip hop, and we aren't keeping the elements out of hip hop that we should keep out. And also, we are letting information, generational, ancestral information get out that we should have been gatekeeping.
Right.
Correct.
And let me ask both of y'all a question.
Never been for soul. Go ahead.
Let me ask both of y'all a question. So, as a people, our ancestral roots revered the ancestors. They revered them, right?
Thanks.
And this is cross nations, tribes, whatever. They revered the ancestors. So, doesn't it feel like super weird knowing that, and then realizing that we didn't, as a culture, defend our ancestral turf like we should have? It feels a little off. Like
I don't know if I would use the word weird. I have an issue with it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't use the word weird because I know humans. Yeah, see? I know how humans operate, right? So, like, as much as this argument is thrown back and forth and we don't have to get into the details of it, we know the answer, but the idea of Africans selling other Africans to the white people, blah, 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 blah. Regardless of the
They literally made a movie about that tribe.
Yeah. Regardless of the details of it, it is a thing that has happened, and it is a thing that would always happen no matter what type of people you replace in those categories.
I was about to say that.
Why? Because they're people. They're
Right.
people. And at some point, there are going to be people who put selfish ambition above the greater good. Always. Always.
Yeah.
So with that being said, it's people like, because y'all brought up Fat Joe. It is, and this is why the whole "your heroes have no power" here thing is very, very important, because for all intents and purposes, Fat Joe fits into a very specific category,
Yes.
deserving of some level of reverence.
Facts.
Right? The problem is, in being in that position, I would argue he isn't well equipped to be in that position and preserve what it is that he should be revered for. Because when you have the argument, so if this is the argument, right, and I'm going to try to feign as much ignorance as I possibly can to make this argument.
Okay.
If the argument is that Fat Joe and Lord Jamar, again, in general, overall, I would tend to lean on that, not about this specific topic, but I would tend to lean towards Fat Joe over Lord Jamar for several reasons.
Yeah,
but,
musically, yeah, cultural impact.
Right.
Yeah.
But
wait, hold on. Wait. You're saying
You heard me.
hold on. Wait, Tombstone. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. 1 second. Okay. So you're saying that it is indisputable that Fat Joe has had more of an impact than, I'm going to use Brand Nubian as the collective sort of impact group here in hip hop.
Yes.
Not,
and I'm gonna tell you
hold
why.
on, wait.
Fat Joe.
I think it's unfair to combine all of Brand Nubian, even though they were a group.
Right.
I understand that part. However, when we talk about Lord Jamar,
We talk
we can't
specifically
just
about Lord Jamal.
we can't just talk about Grand Nubian's music. We have to talk about Lord Jamar and what he has been in the culture.
Yeah.
But I think the only reason we know of him is because of that association with that music at that time.
Agreed.
Yes.
So, all right, I'll give you an example.
But wait a minute, hold up. To be clear, Lord Jamal was not the A side of Brand Nubians. Grand Poobah was.
Correct.
Grand Poobah was the leader of the group. He's the one that had all the cred. If you go back to that time, talk to anybody from the local culture of New York, Grand Poobah was the guy. He was the guy.
So, to give you an example based on what you just said, the only reason we know him is because of Brand Nubian. That's absolutely true. But the only reason we know Trump is because his daddy was rich, right? But what did he turn into?
Right. He's bigger than his father. Trump bigger than his daddy.
Right. So, yes, the only reason we know Lord Jamar was because of them, but he turned into something very different. Even down to how long he was with Vlad. Like, there's a lot that culturally he contributes negatively.
All right, hold on. So just let me just ask this question. Are we able to separate what has now become like the hip hop podcast ecosystem part of what is the culture of hip hop from the actual musical impact culture of hip hop? Because I feel like we are somewhat talking about apples and oranges here. I don't disagree that musically Fat Joe was just more impactful, more known, more successful for sure. I'm not disputing that, but right. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing here. We're talking about the culture as in the Black consciousness, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and we're talking about that partially, but also I think what we need to understand is that culture evolves and new elements get added to it. As much as we might not like some of the new elements that's added to it,
right?
Culture evolves. It doesn't stay stagnant, or it's a dead culture. It doesn't.
That's true, but this is also why, if you look to our ancestors, the ones that we so revere, there are certain things that they didn't accept that we do.
Yep, absolutely.
Right? Like, and
that is always going to be the case.
So that's why I kind of look at it and I say, okay, I understand Fat Joe's contribution to the hip hop part of things and how hip hop is perceived in the mainstream consciousness of the world. But I'm talking about the black consciousness. And I'm saying for people who, went through, like I said, we talked about Malcolm X and, I went through a dead prez phase and, had that part of me actualized. Right.
Right.
I just, it's hard for me to just definitively say that a Fat Joe was looked at in the same way. And I do agree to the comment section. Fat Joe is looked at totally different today than he was.
Fact.
Because he has a track record of saying and doing things now that has made him, very suspect in that eye. But again,
no. Well, the point that I'm trying to make though is, I think unfortunately Fat Joe is one of those people who, all right, put it like this: Lord Jamar, with all the dumb shit he says, I honestly believe that he thinks he is putting us in a better position.
Yeah,
with the things
I think he believes that. I think he does believe.
I think he honestly believes
that. Dr. Umar. So does Dr. Umar.
Yes.
Do you agree with
Good
everything that he says?
Good point.
Exactly.
Good point.
Exactly.
Good point.
With Fat Joe, I think that he lacks the awareness of his position. I think Lord Jamar understands the awareness of his position.
I agree with that.
But he just isn't always right. That's everybody's gonna always not be right. That's not how that works. Nobody can ever just bat 1,000. So I think Fat Joe misunderstands the position that he holds. And when he says shit like, oh no, it was Puerto Ricans all over the place and blah blah this and blah blah that. And then when you have black people saying, yeah, there were a couple Puerto Ricans that were involved heavily, but it was a whole bunch of people that were still racist against black people during this time.
And that's still the same thing.
Right.
There's another thing too, I feel like that has to be considered. And I don't think this really gets considered because we've moved past this, and I'm sure you guys remember this sort of age in hip hop. But like, as a West Coast dude, there's a lot of East Coast bias in the storytelling and the origin of hip hop. And I'm
100%,
bro. I'm like, listen, they're like, there was this and that all over the place. Yeah, in New York, but out in LA, it was Mexicans and blacks. like it was this and this and that and that. It's like, listen, in New York and on the East Coast, it was that. But I'm from LA, I'm from Compton. So like, it was a different demographic and people affiliating with hip hop. I remember Mexican rappers in the 80s, in the mid-late 80s. You know what I'm saying? Like repping their neighborhoods and doing all of the West Coast gangster rap shit that we all know of West Coast rap. And I feel like when we talk about the quote unquote origins of hip hop, we're talking about the origins in certain places.
Yeah.
Because you can make a legitimate argument that the sort of timetable of when hip hop began is still up for debate. We talk about it like, oh, it's been 50 some years or whatever, but there are people who are like, nah, we were doing this in 71, 72. We were doing this in 73, 74. What is the established date? I think it's 77 or something like that. 76.
I just literally heard somebody give the actual date and date the date.
I'm gonna look
the
at
official
it.
date.
I don't want to be wrong about that.
So here's the other thing about that too. We got to distinguish East Coast from New York.
Yeah.
Because if you grew up any place other than New York and maybe New Jersey, right? If you grew up any place during that early time when it just started to come up, them motherfuckers did not view us as part of that story.
Correct.
Even though we were in Baltimore rapping.
But
even though we was in Virginia rapping.
Another caveat, there's also a difference because you're talking about two places that are historically melting pots.
Yes. Yes.
The other places involved were not necessarily melting pots.
Because Baltimore was not a melting pot.
Well, what places?
Anywhere else on the East Coast. Except for like Florida.
I'm telling you, Florida and New York were melting pots. Baltimore was black.
Right.
Philly
was black.
Philly was black.
So it's that there are several. So there will never be, because this is just how this works. There will never be a way to definitively say the absolute specifics of everything.
Right.
Because there are always going to be different situations. The FBA's argument is that niggas in the 50s was rapping. Like, and yeah, I hear you and I see the
They're
example.
talking
that you
about
give.
scat and they're
Right.
talking about,
And I'm like, that's
it wasn't
different.
calling it that, and it
Right.
was
That
it
is-
was different. It
That
was
is
different.
completely different. That's a whole different. There are similar skills, but it's not the same thing.
Just
That's-
like
that's
niggas will sing in a rap song.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
you'll
That's like-
find
that's like
elements
saying-
from older things into the newer things. But,
Yeah, that's like saying jazz is blues.
right.
It's not
Right.
exactly blues.
Right.
They have very tight similarities, but when you combine the gospel and the jazz and the soul and the rock, then you get the blues. Anyway, regardless. So like this whole argument is first off pointless,
Yes,
Right.
very much so.
but second, dangerous. And that's the problem I have with this argument because it's like,
You talking about the who created hip hop argument?
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it just it is safe to default to we did it,
Yeah.
right? Because we did. If you want whoever you want to add on to the we, there are absolutely people that are not solely African American that contributed to the creation of hip hop. That is non-questionable.
Right.
You cannot question that. That does not change what we're talking about, though. Doesn't change what we're actually saying when we say that hip hop is a Black American creation. Like,
And it is. It is.
Yeah,
You
it
could
simply
argue it's
is.
you could argue it's the greatest export of Black culture ever.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you what the actual issue is, the underlying issue of why every so often this conversation has to be litigated. Because there is this predisposition to discredit anything we touch.
yo,
So
Wow.
the moment we lay claim to, hey, you know we did, y'all niggas ain't do shit.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Interesting.
Y'all niggas ain't do shit.
And the crazy thing is, the biggest part of that argument is based on white supremacy. Like,
Yeah.
and we're not even arguing that it was white people that created it. Nobody is arguing
Nobody's
that
arguing
white people created hip hop.
hip-hop. Nobody's
But the
arguing.
only reason this argument rages on is because of white people's place in hip hop. That's the craziest thing in the world. That's
So
like, what are you talking about?
I want to make a quick self-correction. So the official birth date of hip hop is August 11th, 1973.
73.
But there were people who were talking about rap, proto-rap, if you want to call it, as early as 69, 1970, 1971, and 1972. 1968 and 71. Those are some of the earliest forms of what we would consider would be, hip hop or rap culture. So
But that just makes sense.
Yeah.
That's how things happen.
That's
Like,
how music evolves. Music evolves from other music that came before.
oh yeah.
You know.
No, I just wanted to be
Yeah, so
accurate in that because I know I
Right,
said like
right.
77 or something like that, and I was 4 years old. So.
Yeah, so for the people that try to put that hard line on it and just nothing existed before this,
Right.
It's stupid.
It's absurd. It's absurd.
no-
Yeah, it's absurd. It's
Well,
absurd.
I would also
Yeah.
argue that this is an extension of a previous culture, right? When we say
Sure.
culture, that
Absolutely.
predates hip hop. That is not a
Absolutely.
hip hop exclusive
Correct.
thing. So when
That's a
we're talking
fact.
about the culture, that probably goes from like the 20s all the way
Right.
up through the 50s, 60s, and
Yeah.
then through the 70s and 80s when hip hop was established. And then hip hop
Facts,
became the
bro.
sort of torchbearer for the culture.
Absolutely.
For the culture.
Yep.
So to a larger extent, that's exactly what it is. We talked about earlier about how culture evolves.
Yep.
This is an extension of that evolution is hip hop. Now, what the next
Absolutely.
thing will be, we don't know. We don't know.
I have,
It could-
I have a slight
it-
theory on that.
Oh, what, you think it's going to be AI is going to create?
No,
some new
not
style?
that.
Oh.
Not that part of it. No,
Hey,
not that
we're
part
gonna
of it.
talk about
It's possible.
AI.
It's possible. But no, I mean, I think a part of the reason that it happened that way is because so much of our history here has been us in service to white supremacy.
Right.
So whenever we talk about these other cultural things that have to do with music, it is generally something that even if there was a brief moment where this wasn't the case, largely somewhere close to the beginning of mass outward expression of these different genres, white people was like, oh, let me get some of that.
Yeah.
Right? I think hip hop was really the biggest first, not the first, but the biggest first thing where they were like, no, I don't like that. That's not music.
That was a whole war.
That's
bro.
not music.
But they did that with blues. I mean, jazz too. They did that with
jazz,
jazz.
but they still co-opted it.
But that's
relatively quickly.
Right, but that's an instance where black hegemony defeated white supremacy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I think that's one of the reasons why so many people relate culture just to hip hop, because of the win that it was at the time when it happened.
Right.
And I think that is what people are like clinging on to when they try to do stuff like that.
And also, sometimes in these conversations, they try to, I feel, force these guardrails in the conversation to only specifically talk about the music, who did it, who started, whatever. But you got to remember that with just like everything else, culture informs. A larger culture informs the other subcultures we create. It's like when I said in a song I wrote, I said the cultures we created were formed from out of stress and trauma. I meant all of it.
Yeah.
All of it, including hip hop.
Facts.
If you look at
100%.
even the story they tell from the South Bronx perspective, right? They talk about how their apartment buildings were hollowed out like bombs had hit them motherfuckers. There was literally no money to go into the schools, so a lot of the music programs completely was shut down. So the generation kids didn't have band or none of that other shit. So what winds up happening, they wind up finding other ways to make music, to express themselves with turntables and shit like that. Like literally building the building blocks of what we know as classic traditional hip hop.
Yeah. Even the party aspect.
The party aspect
is a release of stress.
It's a release of stress.
It is an escape. It is a way to get away from that stress.
To your point, SPJ, do you guys remember the last time hip hop had this? Well, I'd say the last maybe 2 generations ago when we had this conversation about Kid and Play and NWA.
Oh, yep.
Remember this? Right? What is the true representation for hip hop? Is it the party happy culture or celebrating life, or is it the stress and the trauma part of the culture celebrating the inner city? All of it.
The answer is yes.
Yes, that's the answer. It's all of it.
The answer is
all the time, but there was a whole conversation litigated about that.
I remember.
Absolutely. I remember. Niggas was arguing back and forth, fighting so much, and it's like
they kept saying shit like they kept saying shit like, no, because hip hop is street culture. Okay, we celebrated and partied in the street too.
Right.
What do you think? What the fuck you think block parties were?
Yeah, and if you want to talk about like defining moments, one of the first defining moments was a fucking party. So like, what are we talking about?
Facts.
Yeah,
I think the arguments.
Well, I was going to say, I think the conversation of that today is we see it very clear of what the answer is. Right. I think at that time, though, and
it wasn't.
I think you had legitimate, 2 parts of the culture trying to fight for supremacy. And I don't know which one you guys think won out. I think in the 90s, you would argue the street culture shit won out.
In the
2000s, the fly nigga rap won out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
there's another element to this too that I feel that has to be added to it, because this was affected by forces outside of the culture as well. When these record executives who don't give a fuck about none of the stuff we talking about start looking at the actual sales and what they could market, what they felt comfortable marketing and putting out there. Party shit is safe. It's safe. It's not niggas running around talking like a lot of the stuff, especially in the certain segment of time in New York. These rappers were using coded language for Black Power, the whole Gods and Earths, 5%er era, where these execs didn't know what the fuck these niggas was talking about. They didn't know it. And then when they were given somewhat of a code book, oh wait a minute. 85ers, 5%, we're the 10%. So they talking about fucking up the 10%ers. They're talking about fucking up us. Like, oh, that goes to their mindset of what they chose to push versus what they chose to kind of suppress, right? or who they would sign versus who they wouldn't sign.
Yeah.
So a lot of that choice, with as far as who the crowd decided would be the representation of hip hop going forward, would it be the streets or would it be the party? A lot of that was decided by people outside of the culture. Like,
Absolutely.
we're not signing this shit.
Yeah.
Right? We're going to sign these, or if we sign it, we're not going to put the same budget to it that we put to the party shit and to give them the exposure. These party niggas are going to do movies. These party niggas are going to do all this appearance on TV shows.
But hold on. Even the non-party niggas would do movies.
Oh, yeah.
Because you got to think about it. Cube
did movies. Facts.
Track.
So
Tretch.
it's like the Tretch, absolutely. And you got to think about it. The thing about it is there is an unfair conflation between the party being the dominant and trash music being the dominant, right? So that's a whole thing.
Yeah.
So like, because thinking about that conversation that Gray brought up, it's like that is a conversation that perpetuates itself through time. Like it keeps happening, and it's usually those two acts. Sometimes getting players replaced with like Hammer or some dumb shit like that. But like,
Hammer was
and Hammer's a whole different. That's what I'm about to say. Hammer's a whole different.
Hammer's a
animal.
hybrid.
Yeah.
Hammer's a hybrid.
Yes,
He's a hybrid.
Hammer's a whole different animal. But so like my argument, like I literally sat down and thought about all this shit and wrote a song. And like the second verse, like what I say, something to the effect of you rant and rave about shit needing to be fun. I wonder if that's true or you really are just ignoring reality. There's always been party songs. There's always been pop rap. There's always been storytelling. It can't be about that. Like,
Right.
No, there's two different things. The emergence of party rap there are several reasons why it became dominant. One of them is absolutely what Tim said. Like, we signing these motherfuckers because they just want to be harmless to us.
Safe.
Yeah, harmless to us, and it's still a catchy thing, and people are going to grab onto it.
Right.
Absolutely. But we played a part in some of that too. And spoiler alert for this video I'm working on. A lot of this is Diddy's fault. I'm not
Big Diddy.
Big Diddy, dog. What?
A lot of this is Diddy's fault. I'm not gonna go super in depth right now because I'm still working on the video. But
Take that.
A lot of this is Diddy's fault, man. I ain't even gonna hold you. Like the idea, I'll give it.
Hold up, is Diddy a hybrid too?
No.
Kind of. Yes.
No.
Hold up,
Diddy.
Listen,
No.
But he also was a gangster.
Man, I think he was I don't know, man. Go ahead.
Listen. No. Listen.
Yo,
For all
Disco said
intents and
maximum
purposes.
Diddy.
For all intents and purposes, right? The stories are the stories, right?
Yeah.
And the stories exist, and there are several people that seem to corroborate the stories. But so
He blowing up niggas' cars, bitch.
Listen. So a sneak peek for the video, right? The idea was, I saw these people on Twitter. I can't remember the exact tweet, and I don't got time to pull it up. It was something to the effect of Drake being the savior of hip hop, right?
I almost threw up in my
It was
mouth.
after.
Yo, listen.
It was after. Stop. It was after. It was after the beef, and it was several different tweets like, "Oh, so now y'all about to suffer because Drake not about to put no music out no time."
I've seen that sentiment.
And
I've seen that
a bunch of different shit like that, right? So it got me thinking because amongst all this shit, you had your aggregators who usually are not black people. You had your aggregators putting out several different stats like the most streamed male artist of all time. That's fine because that is something there are facts and figures to. If you are going to accept some of it, you have to accept all of it because we don't know the behind the scenes, right? But the one that really caught my eye was Drake is the most streamed rapper on Spotify. And that sentence hit my ear wrong. The reason that sentence hit my ear wrong is because this nigga, while a rapper, his most successful music is not rap music. And the reason that he gets away with this shit is, again, partially Diddy's fault. Because when Diddy, real shit. Because when Diddy was running around after Andre Harrell and them and all that other bullshit, and then he left to create his own shit and blah, 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 he is the one that championed and pushed this conflation of hip hop and R&B.
Mm-hmm.
He is the one. He is the one who was spearheading that thing, and now it's become a time where it is virtually like conjoined twins. Whereas
I've always hated that concept.
Yes,
Triple,
like
because Pop is in there too.
Absolutely.
Right.
And here's the thing about it. Like one of the perfect, like it's like out of his top 40 streamed songs, it's like 40%. Like 40% of them are not rap songs.
Right.
And it's like, for the biggest example, Hotline Bling went number 1 in several categories.
He ain't
But
rap.
it went number 1 on the rap charts. And that is not accurate. That's not an accurate place for that song to be.
Can we spin the block real quick on the whole R&B shit? So when I was a much younger man,
When you were a young warthog?
when I was a young warthog, right? Right. I was a Palladian in defense of hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't talk shit if you was from another genre about hip hop to me. You was going to catch all of it, right? And R&B was the specific thing because at this time, because I've been doing hip hop for a minute, there was a time.
Remember who you are real quick. I want to answer Discord.
Okay.
He said Hotline Bling is a pop song, ? Here's the problem with that question, right? So Hotline Bling is a song that Drake stole the concept from a rapper named Drum. The original song was called the Cha Cha Slide.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly, that song had rapping in it.
Mm-hmm.
But when Drake took it, he did a completely different thing with it. The problem with categorizing certain songs as pop for the genre, because there's a conflation between pop music and pop genre.
Mm-hmm.
Pop music
Always.
Pop music is anything that's popular.
That's popular, right?
That's what pop music. But there is a genre that is extremely formulaic and does a very specific thing. That is the genre of pop.
Right.
I would argue that if you would put a subgenre to Hotline Bling, yes, that subgenre would be pop. But if we're talking about what genre the song is, I would argue that it's R&B.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the subject matter. Because that's another part of the pop genre. Subject matter doesn't tend to be sad in general. Like you have some that sneak in, but pop genre tends to have more upbeat messaging as well as the lyrics themselves and the music itself and blah blah blah. But anyway, go ahead, Tim.
So towards the R&B thing, I'm old enough to remember a time when R&B singers talked mad shit about rap.
Thanks.
And I hated it.
Thanks.
And I hated them for doing it. And then slowly, I'm also old enough to remember when rap started to get more popular, and I saw R&B singers take elements of hip-hop and slide it in their shit because hip-hop was the fastest growing shit.
I promise you 60% of it had to do with Diddy.
You might.
It's not even a joke. I'm not joking,
right.
yo.
You might be right. But before they went full on just jacking, they took our dress codes. So now instead of them wearing, they wear the fucking leisure suits.
Yeah.
All right. Now they started wearing the all black with the baseball cap, but they got a metal thing on it or some shit.
So
And, you know-
some of the first people to do that are people like Jodeci, Mary J. Blige. You know, people that Diddy signed.
Yes.
112.
Yep. And this is what I'm saying, yo. It all goes back to Diddy.
Listen,
It
people
all goes
wonder,
back to
and people wonder why I don't fuck with R&B to this day. Like,
Maximum
you know,
Diddy.
look, I'll go on dates, and girls that I will go on dates with, I'll be like, how much R&B do you listen to? And if they can name like way more R&B than I'm comfortable with, dog, it's like that's a one date
That's
situation.
hilarious.
Oh
That's
yeah, dog. Yeah.
Yo,
He
that
better-
is ridiculous.
Yeah, dog.
Great.
You better know who Wu-Tang is. Fuck all
No,
that.
listen. All right, hold on. What if she can name 5 dynamos as far as hip hop is concerned, but she just so
Man.
happens to know more R&B?
It better be Teddy Pendergrass, Al Green,
No, you stupid.
fucking, you know what I'm saying? Bro, if she starts naming Usher and Genuine, it's over. It's over.
You know what's funny about that? Diddy was the first person to sign Usher. Yo, this
Maximum Diddy,
yo,
yo.
I know it sounds like a joke.
Maximum-
This shit is
Maximum Diddy,
this
bro.
Literally, Diddy did this whole thing. Like after that, like after the initial of it, where he wasn't naming it, it was still considered R&B. He even turned that shit to hip hop soul. Like it's a whole thing. Like
I will say this to SPJ's point. In the last 3 years, I've come around to at least a 40% chance that Diddy had something to do with Pac's murder. Now, I'm from LA, so I remember the night Pac got killed. I was living in Compton. That weekend, everybody kind of knew what had happened and who was involved and blah, 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 right? But now I still think he might have had something to do with that. Because
Even if it's money, even if it's just giving money,
even
like,
if it's just the money.
even if it's just giving money.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Like there's this whole thing. Like I'm telling you this, like you want to go. Diddy was the golden child. Like it's not even because the thing that the
They
executives
only
were
called
looking
him the
for-
golden child because he like golden showers. Next,
I
what
mean,
you say?
listen, I don't got nothing to do with that. I don't got nothing to do with that. So
I
the
never
whole
been to a
thing,
Diddy party.
listen, the whole thing that they were looking for, the executives and shit were looking for at the time, was how to get people into what they were selling. That is it. And
So,
Diddy's
Diddy had to
power-
give him the shoulders. and then-
Listen, Diddy's power at the time was that he was known to be able to get people to get together and throw parties.
yeah,
That
that's
was
what he
his
did in
whole
college.
thing.
He
In
did that shit
college,
yeah.
that was his thing. He was a party promoter, and he happened to be one of the most successful party promoters in the region. And so when he went back to New York and started having an interest in music, that's when Andre Harrell and them grabbed his ass up like, hey, listen, we got this idea. We want you to help us with this. He interned and shit. Then once he learned enough from them that he felt like he can go out on his own, he was able to take, I think, at the time, I think it was Craig Mack, Biggie, Mary J. Blige. I think the names might be off. It was a couple people that were signed to Andre, and Andre let him take them.
Yes, he did.
Because I don't know if it was just a goodwill or he didn't think they would do anything or whatever the case was. But Andre let Diddy take them, and then he started Bad Boy, and he started this whole thing. But before he actually started that Bad Boy, he was doing the shit with the Jodeci's, the Mary J. Blige's, like he was doing all that. All this shit is Diddy fault, like real shit. I know this sounds
hold up.
crazy.
Let me put an aside on that. My man Mighty Mike Gleason, he holla. Now knowing what I know, I'm not surprised the government finally came for Diddy, because you can't have that much oil and not get the U.S. government's attention.
That's hilarious.
Yo,
Is
That's too much comedy,
Absolutely.
dog. That's too much. That's
Bruh.
slapstick, dog.
yo.
What is that?
It's maximum Diddy, bro. Listen, all I know is at that time, I witnessed them jack a lot of elements from hip hop culture. I didn't know who was responsible, so I just blanket put it on record execs.
Yeah.
See how popular hip hop is getting, and the R&B people are not quite as, they were kind of losing it a little bit. So if the new guys that's coming along that got this energy, give them ape some of that energy, even with the choice of beats the R&B people was using. Yeah,
Sir, That was Diddy too.
See, again, at the time, I just said these record execs, they see what's happening. They see what's happening. They know hip hop is about to run roughshod over you motherfuckers. That's how I was thinking at the time, right? And I couldn't stand that whole R&B lane because they was talking shit about hip hop. And I was one of them guys that was a defender of the nigga. That's why I dissed Oprah. That's why I dissed a lot of them motherfuckers and songs and shit back then. Don't come for us.
Absolutely.
Is it Diddy's All the Way Down? It might be.
It's Diddy's, bro. Is Discord? It's Diddy's All the Way down.
That might be commented.
I mean, listen, like I stumbled upon that shit by mistake because when I was writing the script, I was like, all right, this is a thing that is conflated. When did this shit start? And my first go-to was like charts, was Billboard, because Billboard has a hip hop and R&B category.
Right.
But then I realized, like, when this actual merger started, when these opposites started attracting, was around the time that Diddy, because the first, again, there may be other people that have a one or two here or there before, because that's always the case. That's how these things work. Right. But as far as being consistent with it, the first one is Jodeci, Come and Talk to Me remix. Because the Come and Talk to Me song is a regular R&B beat. But the fucking remix is a rap beat. It's the same song. They didn't even really change the song. It's the song lifted off of that instrumental and put onto a rap instrumental.
Oh, but hold up though. What about the other phenomena that started to happen too, where there'd be an R&B song, and then they'd have a rap verse.
Well,
somebody would rap on the verse. But hold up, a lot of times that person wasn't a rapper. Like for instance, not a traditional rapper. Like take Bobby Brown. Right. Oh yeah, but Bobby be rapping on that. I'm like, man, I'm wet, them butt ass lyrics. What y'all fucking y'all talking about? Like, no, I was belligerent as shit back then. I like Bobby. Absolutely. For doing what Bobby do, but them rhymes, nah.
No, listen. So that's Diddy too. Like, because stuff that he was involved with. I'll give you an example. The reverse though, because like, what's the name of this? You're All I Need, Meth and Mary.
You're All I Need, yeah.
That's one of the examples of the reverse, right? Mm-hmm. But it was one of those first times where the R&B artist had so much of the song.
Yeah,
that's a Diddy thing. Like, I'm telling you, all this shit go back to Diddy. It's crazy. It sounds like I'm.
It sounds like a conspiracy.
Yeah, but
it's Diddy. It's Diddy's all the way down, dog.
He has woven himself into the fabric of this thing, and unfortunately, because what happens when there's success, you get copycats.
All right. So to be clear, if this is the case, then my argument now is to burn it all down. Burn it all down, dog, and let's get back to bars. Spit, rap, nigga.
So
rap.
Let me ask you guys this question then. If we're gonna have that question, who right now do you guys like in the game that is just bars and they have maximum bars and maximum culture points?
I like Griselda.
I don't like none of these niggas. I like Tombstone, the Dead Man. I like Graydon Square.
I appreciate it.
I
like GA.
Yay, son. Adequate. Yay, son. Yay, son. Fuck that.
I like Seth
I like Jigs. Fuck these niggas, yo.
Yeah,
no,
like I don't. No,
it's us.
Listen, and that's
us. No,
that's only me being partially facetious, right? Because like there's not. All right, so I'll some insight into how I take in music, right?
Yay, son, it's war. It's
generally
war.
Generally throughout my life, this has been the case, right? Some way or somehow, a song comes across my desk, right? Oftentimes it's been through video games and movies. But whatever the way it happens, whatever the delivery system it is, if I like that song goes in rotation, right? Generally, what will happen is I'll hear another song that I happen to like and find out, oh shit, this is that same person. Once that happens, then I'll go seek out their shit. Generally, that has happened much less for me with rap recently. Generally, that has happened to me much more often with rock and alt rock and shit like that. The best example I can give as far as rock / alt rock / pop rock is One Republic. One Republic. I heard the first song I heard from them was Apologize with Timbaland. And then like I just heard another song and I liked that song. For a while, I did not know it was them. And then I heard another song and I liked that song and did not know it was them. And then I just happened to look at them together. I'm like, oh shit, these are all One Republic songs. Oh, they must be amazing. Fast forward, I found out that Timbaland had actually signed them and it was a whole thing. But anyway, so as far as hip hop, these niggas. So, all right. So I'll give you an example of something I just saw, right? I'll give you an example of something I just saw. So I don't know if y'all got a chance to hear it yet. It just came out yesterday and then it got erased and then it came out again. Some Drake shit. Drake just put out a
freestyle.
Yeah,
I heard it.
Called Fighting Irish Freestyle, right?
Jacking another culture.
Mickey Facts. Right. Well, no. The reason it's called the Fighting Irish Freestyle is because LeBron played for the Fighting Irish. It is basically a LeBron James diss. So
I heard it.
Mickey Facts, writer of Wraith. Always gotta put that in there. We always gotta put respect on Mickey's name because what he did with
Wraith was insane. Insane.
He made a post, and I'm going to do a video on this shit too. He made a post that said effectively, I see. Matter of fact, I actually have this one loaded up because I was working on this script before we started. His quote says, there is an underlying disdain for Drake that people are failing to admit they have. All right, first,
I'm not
that's incorrect. There are a lot of people who are readily willing to admit that shit, but I digress. He says, if it doesn't matter if the record is good, there will be something to pick at, which is unfair. If he does something weak, call it out. But if it's heat, show it love. That's with anything. And so I started looking at the comments that were rolling in on this post of his because I was trying to figure out, it would have made more sense for me to just look at his feed, but I didn't think about it at the time. I was just looking at the comments trying to figure out what he was saying about the song. So one of the comments, somebody said something about it being an elementary level rhyming, and Mickey was like, he is doing five multis throughout the entire song. And I'm like, all right, 3 minutes of 5-syllable multis. That's great, technically, right? But if you want to be a rap nerd about it, be a rap nerd about it and admit that you're being a rap nerd about it. Because I commented back to him and he hasn't responded
yet.
Because I was way late. I didn't see this shit till like 12 hours later. I said, far be it from me to ever question the writer of Wraith, because again, we always give.
You got to give Mickey.
You got to give him his flowers for Wraith because that's a fucking masterpiece. But it seems weird to hype up and classify the song as heat simply because he mostly executes a great rhyme pattern. What about the other aspects of it? Right. So
that's also why I don't like the argument of if somebody gave heat, you give them. You know, there's a ton of reasons why people like songs.
Nigga,
it's not just
this is
technical shit.
But on top of it, not just being technical, right? This is not in a vacuum.
Yeah,
there are things that have happened.
Yeah, and the song connects to those things.
That part,
right.
You are referencing the beef that you were just in. And
No,
there were
excuse me.
several-
The beef when you just got dog walked.
Absolutely. And you're referencing this shit directly. And you're talking about the fallout and the consequences. And you're low key. I don't know if you did this on purpose, but you're directly addressing some of the shit that Kendrick said.
Yes.
While you're also browbeating LeBron James for dancing to a song that he likes.
And really, you can even go beyond LeBron because there are several people in this situation who he feels the exact same way.
DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
It's several.
So here's the interesting thing about this. I have heard about the DeMar DeRozan aspect of the Drake Kendrick beef, and I find it just extremely corny.
Bro, the corniest, bro.
I just think it's straight up cornball activity, funny style. Like I cannot. It's not as bad as having a ghostwriter write your diss records, which there's been accusations that Drake has had, ghostwriters write most of the stuff he aimed at Kendrick. But
20v1.
Is that who wrote his shit?
No, I'm saying he probably had like 20 motherfuckers writing his shit against Kendrick.
Yeah. But see, let me tell you something about LA. Like West Coast, we do beef different. We cook beef.
It's documented.
Like, we cook beef a completely different way. And I feel like when you're dealing with that, it's something about LA and gangbanging on fools. Like, you just gotta bang on a fool sometimes. And basically that's what Kendrick did. It's really, people tried to dissect what Kendrick did in this. He's like, nah, in LA, he's just banging on him. That's all.
No, he gave you the answer. He gave you the answer and not like out. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show that.
Yeah.
He said it. He said it.
He said it verbatim.
But here's the thing. Like, I don't know. I remember this. If you guys remember this, I tried to burn it out of my memory. It was so bad. Do you guys remember when LeBron James tried to rap with him?
I do.
Kevin Durant was on the song. Now Kevin Durant actually
can actually rap.
He can actually spit. No, listen, Kevin Durant can actually spit though. So I will leave him out of this. But the LeBron shit was so terrible. I remember I just wiped it I retconned it from my memory. It didn't happen. It is not a part of the timeline at all. And I'm like,
this shit is headcanon now.
It's in my headcanon. It never happened. But my question is as a rap dude, first of all, you got enemies. You got people who, you've been going at you. This whole thing now has exploded into allegiances. Are you with Kendrick? Or are you against Kendrick? Are you with Drake? Or are you against Drake? And I find that involving people who can't lyrically defend themselves is a corny move. To me, if you're going to go at anybody, go at people who have swords. Don't go at people who are unarmed. And LeBron and them, DeMar DeRozan, even though he's from Compton, like, you can't act like, first of all, he's not going to have allegiance to the hub. But not only that,
what the fuck did he think was going to happen?
He's a basketball player, fool. What did you?
So you up here mad at DeMar DeRozan talking about if they put his Raptor up in the if he put his jersey up in the Raptors, you're gonna go up there and pull it down. Why you ain't respond to YG?
Why he didn't respond
after you added YG name to your song. YG put out a song like,
yes, he did. Like, don't what?
Cut that shit out. Why you didn't respond to YG?
You know why?
Oh yeah, I know why. I absolutely know why.
Well, because I think that there's a different street element to YG than there is to Kendrick. And I mean, Kendrick is affiliated with gangbangers. YG is actually from somewhere. So
right.
Yeah.
Like, you got to be real careful with dissing actual gangbang.
This is why one of the reasons I really hate. I'm with Kendrick when he says he preferred the Drake that singing shit, not the Drake that act tough. Because if you only gonna act tough to this man, but you gonna be remarkably silent when approached with somebody else, that tough shit don't count to me no more. I hear you trying to be tough, talking about he's short and all that. You know how many short kings I know that'll whoop your motherfucking ass? Like that's not like that's that's like
you want to talk tough to the billionaire basketball player,
right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, he can't do anything. he couldn't do anything to you at all because he's a billionaire. He got so much to fucking lose. And then on top of that, he can't even get back at you in the lane that you getting at him because he's not a fucking rapper.
You showing up to his game, right? Giving him looks and doing all that bullshit in front of the camera.
Shit I've ever seen in my
You
life.
did not look tough to me. What did I tell you before when he put out that picture where it was all him and his homies in black trying to be with a baseball bat? And I looked at this shit like, yo, I'm just not excited. Like that shit there don't.
Well,
you got mob ties because somebody wanted to extort your ass. That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing as
you earned your way in the mob. No, the fuck you didn't, nigga.
Well, and is he talking about his associations with like Jay Prince and
yeah.
Well, see, even that, like, and I'm man, let me stay away from that. But here's the thing: the Drakes of the world. This Drake Kendrick thing was never about who was the toughest. Kendrick started this on bars, and he ended this with bars.
Ended it on bars.
It had nothing to ever do with I'm a tougher nigga than you, and so the whole notion of Drake trying to then portray this I'm a tough guy to people who can't really validate that toughness and really push the line on him and say, okay, well, let's get down. LeBron is not going to come out of his frame to deal with any rapper. That's never going to be. DeMar DeRozan is never going to come out of his frame to deal with a rapper. That's not going to happen.
Also, Drake don't physically want it with LeBron
or DeMar.
He don't physically want that. Stop it.
So after the game, they asked Drake that shit about putting his retiring DeMar's jersey and blah blah blah. He said he would take it down. So they asked DeMar about Drake's comments, and all DeMar said was, "You're gonna have a long climb." Because what the fuck? I'm not taking you seriously. What the fuck would I take? Why would I respond with any type of animosity or anger? No, I don't take you fucking seriously. What do you mean? Go ahead, climb your goofy ass up to the top of the ramp.
Because again, him not showing the anger also makes Drake look more and more like a clown. Because you showed up in a public place where there's cameras, there's thousands of people in the fucking stands to mean mug him like you was going to do when he walked by, like you would have done something. Nigga, no, you wouldn't. I saw you. I saw you. And I know the difference when the niggas capping for the camera or they really about that life. And I'm gonna do something. Like you not, so it looked bad. And none of us see you like that, Jimmy.
No.
None of us, Aubrey. Listen, just in case the algorithm somehow float this through and you see a clip, stop, nigga. Your father does not validate you.
No.
Stop it. You was raised up there. We saw your bar mitzvah. No, nigga. Yeah. So all that trying to puff up and act tough, you can lift as many weights as you want. You can get as many BBLs as you like. Niggas from the hood is not seeing you like that. All we see is a nigga with a lot of money who could pay to get somebody to do something. But you yourself and Diddy already smacked the shit out you. So we not.
Oh, that's right. Diddy did.
We don't see you.
I tell you, it's all Diddy. I told you, it's all Diddy. It's all Diddy. Diddy smacked fire out this nigga.
Yes, he did.
For a song, my guy.
Yes,
because that is why he picks and chooses who he responds to. Because he got smacked the shit out of for less.
Yeah. Not only did he get the shit smacked out of him, but in that tussle, he hurt his shoulder and had to go to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
it's like, bro, like, it's cool. I mean, like, persona is persona, right? At the end of the day, whether we morally condone it or not, it's a thing. It's going to happen. Like, niggas exaggerate and do the puffer fist thing all day, B.
Absolutely.
But don't put yourself, like, know when to stop. Know when to separate yourself and insulate yourself from your persona. Like, keep that balloon away from the pen.
And I would actually, even to people that are about it, I would say watch, because what you don't want a situation where motherfuckers feel like they're going to test you or they think they're going to get points
for doing shit to you
Right.
because you're a public figure
Mm-hmm.
at that point. A lot of people know who the fuck you are. And you go out here in these streets, even with bodyguards.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep it 100 with you. If you ride through Emerson Village, even with bodyguards, at certain periods of time, you're going to put your bodyguards at risk.
Facts. That's just facts.
So it's not even worth it if you are the principal brand, right, to put people around you into situations because you trying to live up. I don't care, even if you really was about that before you got into music.
Sure.
It's a dumb thing to do.
It's not a good idea.
And it's one of the reasons why, like I said, man, like there are certain places in Baltimore I don't go. The reason I don't go there is because I went there before, some shit happened, and I had to do whatever I had to do. And it's been a lot of years, but that don't mean that somebody that was involved back then wasn't there. I'm not going to drag SBJ and say, yo, let's go over to such and such and such and such, when I know it's potential that somebody, I remember this motherfucker from the left.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to put my peoples in jeopardy because I was on some fuck shit at once upon a time, right? And that's why I feel like with that shit, trying to act tough when you not,
but
you
even to
only
your
putting
point,
somebody else in issues.
even to your point, the shit is all facade. So you, one of the most famous people on earth, are ignoring the real threats and are deciding to now take your umbrage with another one of the most famous people on earth. Nothing's ever going to happen.
That's why he did it. It's safe.
Exactly.
It's safe.
It's safe.
Yeah, that's
safe.
why it's super cornball.
Bruh. It's
corny,
the word, the absolute word. And so the other aspects of that fucking song, somebody commented, I haven't read it. We about to read this live. Somebody not named Mickey Fax, so he didn't write Wraith.
You an asshole.
I'm just saying.
You're an asshole.
He said, the beat is dope. Okay, but that's not Drake. Drake didn't make the beat. Conductor Williams made that beat.
Right.
And for those who don't know who Conductor Williams is, he the nigga that did all the Griselda beats and shit. B, it's a high level technical rapping, but I said that already. I said what else? So
what else?
So basically, you can't think of anything else. C, it was substantive too. I'm trying to be objective. Substantive. Was it substantive?
I heard it.
I mean, it
listen,
was more substantive than a lot of shit that he puts out.
yes, but even
I'll
with
give you that.
if my face don't do this,
so let me pull these lyrics up because this shit is I need to refresh my memory because maybe it's something that because I only listened to it twice. I only listened to it twice. So maybe it's something that I missed. All right.
I listened to it once.
The summer is over, I missed it. Burrow with smoke and I kissed it. First showed us the renders for Texas. It's unrealistic. Cut him the check because I hate reviewing the budgets and limits. Just pay the man. The world fell in love with the gimmick. Even my brothers got tickets. Seemed like they loved every minute. Just know this shit is personal to us and it wasn't just business. Analyzing behavioral patterns is somewhat suspicious. Niggas was never happy for me when I run up the digits. Or when I'm breaking world records still as I guzzle a Guinness. Or when I get my fifth made back because the color is different. Remember we trading watches. I gave you that Arabic dial. You gave me a numbered edition. You would even check up on my son like a pediatrician. Sure convinced the gang this shit was rooted in love when it isn't. Show me how different we are. There's blessings in juxtaposition. I guess now you boys gotta abandon your summer tradition. Cold shoulders I gave in the Hamptons, it come with the distance. Figured we was always gonna be close like ovens and kitchens. I was sadly mistaken, the loyalty wasn't a given. All right, so that's verse 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
The line that sticks out to me, and it's not for a good reason, is figured we was always gonna be close like ovens and kitchens.
That was whack.
That is whack as fuck. Ovens aren't close to kitchens. Ovens are in kitchens. And for what you are talking about, if you want to apply that to two human beings, that means that you are gay.
Listen, hold on.
Right?
before
No, because you're saying Okay.
But before we do that, I think one of the reasons why that shit don't impress me is because I am around rappers.
Sure.
So when I hear motherfuckers like celebrating or saluting some, to me, that's regular weed
Yeah.
bars.
Yeah.
I just spent the last couple of weeks listening to Vox Luminous.
Right.
Like that shit don't
Because
translate the
people-
same with me, bro.
People have
It
a
don't.
people have a difficult time. Oh, people have a difficult time separating bars from rhyming.
Yes.
Except when it's Eminem or somebody like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny how that works. When it's Eminem and he's just displaying some of the best technical rhyming that you ever heard in your life, it's he's not talking about me.
Right.
But when it's Drake
right.
and he is executing some of the best technical rhyming you've heard in your life, it's that rhyming though. What?
I think
How
the
is
other
it?
thing,
Ovens and kitchens remain close like ovens and kitchens. What are you talking about?
I just have too much to compare it to. Like it's one for those who don't, and maybe listen to a certain subset of rap. I'm sure to them that
yes, I'll give you that.
They
Yes,
blew their
I'll give you
minds.
that. I'll
But
give
for
you that.
me, like y'all, I listen to battle rap where you got some of these niggas like interweaving all kinds of shit, and it's like I've listened to rap too long to be super impressed by somebody just giving me a good flow.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Also, is this a diss record or is this just a record?
Here's the thing. All right, hold on. So that part is coming up next. I'm gonna get to that part. As a matter of fact, there's really nothing else to say about verse 1. All right. So for reference, he brought up where was it? The only part really in this first verse that alludes to it is the world fell in love with the gimmick. Even my brothers got tickets. He's talking about the pop out.
Yes.
Because DeRozan and LeBron were at the pop out. All right. So verse 2.
Those are his brothers now. Like,
Well, okay. So the one thing I will give pushback on that statement is he does have LeBron's face tatted on him. Now, the reason stop. Listen,
No.
let me finish. I know what y'all thinking.
I can't.
And
with
wait, I know what y'all thinking, and I agree with you. The point that I'm making though is I'm trying to be objective here, goddammit. Y'all not helping. The point that I'm making. It might not be his face, it might be his name. I don't remember, but he has LeBron tatted on him. The point that the narrative that he's trying to paint is there were things in LeBron's life that LeBron went through that he helped LeBron through. Same thing with DeMar. That's the picture that he's trying to paint. Mm-hmm. So whether that is true or not, whether to what extent that is or not, we don't know.
Right.
But it is clear that they had some type of relationship. Whether that was just an industry relationship or not, we don't know.
All right. So let me just say this and put this in here for people that are watching. This nigga over here and this nigga down here, I will kill you over. And I don't have either one of their names or their faces tattooed on me.
yeah.
The only time that I can think for a situation like that being acceptable is for the dead ones.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
I was
yes,
gonna say,
yes,
do that for your homies. Like that's pretty much it. Like that's
Yeah.
if unless they're not family or your children,
All right, so
getting another man tattooed on, like I have
It's
to, like you said, these, like there are people I would take and give a bullet for without even thinking.
right.
And
Right.
I would have never thought to tattoo their name on my body.
Never. It wasn't an idea.
Come on, bro.
All right, hold on. I will shoot him bail for one tattoo that he has. I will shoot him bail for his Wayne tattoo because of what Wayne. Listen, I'm not saying yes. I said I'm shooting him some bail.
No.
The nigga still got it locked up. Like, nigga,
Yeah.
I'm shooting him some bail.
He fucked that man girl while the man
Listen,
was
nigga, listen. Again, I didn't say he was great. But for somebody, the idea that Drake was rich before he became a rapper is not exactly true. He
Wait a
was well off.
He had more money than my mama.
Nigga, that's the point, and that's the point that everybody's running with. So he was relatively well off, and partially because he was an actor, right? But he wasn't rich. Wayne made Drake rich. So I'll shoot you a little bit of bail for that. I'm still saying no.
In
Like-
2 years, in 2 years, some of the ideas I've had, some of the ideas he had, is gonna make niggas a lot of money.
Sure.
And you're still not gonna get a tattoo.
No, listen, no. Again, I'm still saying no. The answer's still no. But I'll shoot him a little bit of bail for that. Like
He did that. Let's tell the truth. He did that because he violated Wayne.
Listen,
and he's a punk from the. He's a punk. He's not from the streets.
It might have been.
So he's thinking this will be
penance. It might have been penance. It might have been. I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just saying.
He don't
of
know
all the reasons,
he was trying to avoid actual smoke. He probably was scared of shit of Wayne.
Sure.
Not realizing that you really didn't need to be. But
I mean,
all right,
that's a whole nother conversation.
It's a whole nother conversation. But he probably was scared of shit that Wayne was gonna pull up, slap fire off his pink face. And listen, think about this for a second. Did this happen before or after the Diddy smacking the shit out of him?
It happened before Diddy smacked him.
Okay.
Okay.
You talking about Wayne going
Diddy was the 0 to 100 beat, the 0 to 100 song that Drake put out.
Okay.
Diddy, I can't remember. Somebody made the beat. Diddy was originally going to make a song with it. He gave it to Drake to write a verse.
Right.
Drake wrote the verse. Diddy said he didn't like it.
Yes.
So Drake put the song out.
Yes. And that's what pissed Diddy off.
Were you talking about Wayne going at Drake in this situation when he was worried about that? You saying Drake was worried about Wayne pulling up?
Drake was worried about, because this is the thing. Drake fucked Wayne's girlfriend while Wayne was locked down and shit, right?
Okay.
So my viewpoint on that is that he didn't want that personal smoke with Wayne because he probably saw Wayne as a gangster.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he thought that way because, again, shit is relative. So for me and you and SBJ, no, you don't see that nigga as no gangster. But to a guy like Drake, like for that guy, he's probably bought into all the shit Wayne talked about and the size and the image and all of that and was like, I don't really want this man coming in swinging on me and shit.
You know what is I think out of all of the people that let's say Kendrick would have faced in this situation, let's say J. Cole or Drake or whatever, I think Wayne would have given him the most problems.
I don't think so.
I'm not saying he would have won. I think the battle probably still goes 4-2 Kendrick. But I'm saying
the reason
out of all the people he could have gone at, I think he gets more problems from Wayne than he does from J. Cole, in my opinion.
I don't think so.
I don't.
And there's a very specific reason I don't think so. It's because what Wayne does. Damn, I just thought about this. Greatest might be another video that I'm gonna do because now you got me thinking.
Yeah.
So Wayne, the thing about Wayne that is so infuriating is that because he is as good as he is, he puts out a lot of trash.
He sure
right?
does.
And when I say that to say relative, right? If somebody else that was not as technically skilled as Wayne put out some of the shit Wayne put out, people might consider it masterpieces.
Yeah.
But because Wayne is as good as Wayne is, you can't get away with putting certain shit out. There's so many things that not only are just like contradictions or just wrong that the niggas say, but then there are some things that are bars, and this is good for commercial reasons, but bad for the craft, is he'll put a bar out that there's no second connection to. There's the single solitary connection. And I don't even mean necessarily an entendre, even a scheme. There is no second connection to the bar that he's making. It's just that one connection, and it don't really make much sense, but he'll say that shit, and it's easy for people to understand. So it comes off as being slick.
Right. Also, Wayne does not have a history as a battle rapper. As a matter of fact, he's put out some of the worst disses ever.
Neither did Kendrick before this, though. Let's be real. Like, it wasn't like Kendrick had these direct altercations with people before this particular situation.
Well, but he did put out verses that were impactful against people.
Right.
Wayne doesn't.
Whether they responded or not is not his
Wayne
fault.
doesn't have a single one. As a matter of fact, what was that one he did?
Something about Pusha T. He said
was
something
bad.
about damn, what was it? It was so terrible that I tried to scrape it from my mind. He said something to the effect of here, asshole or some shit like that. I'm trying. Hold on, let me see if I can find this shit real quick. Wayne says a lot of dumb shit, right?
I mean,
so like for
I
instance,
will admit this. I will admit this about Wayne from what I've heard from him, and I've just recently come around on him being as I think as good as he is. I think we both agree that he's
good.
He's a black belt for sure. He's a black.
Yeah,
belt.
He's good, Joe. He's absolutely that.
But I think the issue with him is he only gets competitive on features.
yes,
Like, that's the only time I see
the vast majority of the
like
time
is on features. Man, I heard him on a Nas track the other day where it was like, I think he won that track, man. And that's not
Nigga, yo, all right.
infallible, but like I
No.
totally expected Nas to win that track, and he didn't. I was
on songs with Jay-Z, on songs with Outkast, on songs with Wayne shows the fuck up.
He does.
But see, that's why people think. That's why people think that they believe that if Kendrick would have went against him or whatever. Remember that was that little window of time where people thought it was going to be some little dissing in between them and shit. I just looked at his past history. He's written a diss song before. It was terrible. So I'm listening to that shit going, if I'm an insurance agent and you want to get insurance from me or whatever, looking at your past medical history, I don't think I'm going to run with that. So I'm looking at his past history at dissing, not just doing a whatever. No, a diss, and it didn't work out for him. So
I don't remember, and I can't find the exact line, but I'll give you some other examples from Wayne. So, song Mona Lisa, amazing song, amazing concepts. One of the few times that Wayne really get into his storytelling bag. Overall, song is A+.
Right.
The concept that he was talking about at the time, basically the song is about he gets women to get close to dudes, and it's a setup. Basically, they setting them up to get robbed and shit. So one of the lines Wayne says is basically what he's saying during this point is she gonna get close to you, she gonna come into your spot, she gonna let us in, and if you happen to see our face, it's over for you, right? So the line in question was, if Liz call you daddy, she about to be a bastard. He put that on a song, had people listen to it, and decided to release it. For those who don't know, a bastard is someone who's born out of wedlock. What Wayne meant is orphan.
Right.
That's the word that Wayne meant to use. But because he doesn't know the difference, and because he raps so often, terrible shit like that gets passed. Like, and then like some of his choices, like beat it like a cop, Emmett Till, baby, I beat it like a cop. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, the line, he'll never. That's always going to be a strike against his legacy. I think we all. Yeah, Emmett Till line will always be a strike against his legacy.
Horrible.
And I think, as an artist, you do try to take chances and try to do shit, and you risk that. And if you miss, and you say some shit like that where you're completely misreading the room. Yeah, dog. Emmett Till shit was never cool, would never be cool. I don't think anybody's ever. And being from the South, you should have a special sensitivity. It's like shit. He didn't. And so that just shows the level of isolation from that particular situation.
Absolutely.
I will shoot him
because he raps so fucking much.
Yeah, he raps a lot. But I'm gonna shoot him a little bit of bail in this regard. I have seen other very, very talented rappers. Overall, the song is amazing, and most of the bars connect.
Yeah,
but they'll have something in there that I will look at or listen to and go, "You took the easy way with that one, right? That line right there. You took the easy way with."
All right, now I'm about to come off like a Wayne hater. All right, so I had that argument with Just Chris. Just Chris is one of Wayne is
is one
probably
of-
his favorite rapper.
Yeah, it's probably yeah.
That's not the argument I'm making. I'm not talking about just misses, right? Everybody has misses.
Yes.
What I'm talking about specifically is shit that makes no sense because you literally don't know what you're talking about.
And you tried to flip it.
Yeah, like being
You tried to
lazy is
flip
being
it.
lazy.
Yeah.
That's one thing. To call an orphan a bastard, like, bro, or to be like, I'm a venereal disease like a menstrual bleed.
Yeah, bro. That was the I said
Like, what are you talking? That's not how that works, sir.
That's not a what are you talking about?
That's not how that works. But then, and to come back from the idea that I'm a Wayne hater, I'm not one of those people that be trying to make shit up to make it sound like Wayne whack. Like
Yeah, facts.
when Wayne went the real G's moving sounds like lasagna. That shit hard. Somebody said, I've seen this take. The G in lasagna isn't silent. I'm like, come on.
Then
dog.
you're not
Like,
from
if you don't
America.
Like Wayne.
Then you
Right.
don't-
If you don't like
Yo,
Wayne, just say you don't like
you know,
Wayne.
you know who that was that said that, right? That was Kelly Bundy. She always Kelly Bundy always pronounced lasagna.
Lasagna. Or Zach Brannigan, he be doing that shit. The champagne.
Yeah. And it's like, yo, no, you don't have, and that's the thing. Like, you don't have to make shit up for Wayne. Wayne says
don't.
terrible shit all the time.
But Wayne
Like-
also is dope. Like,
Wayne is dope, but that's why the terrible
Wayne
shit
is
is
dope.
terrible.
yeah,
Because he's so dope. Like, I wouldn't be on nobody else's ass like that about some of this shit that Wayne say because Wayne is fucking incredible.
I know. What's crazy about that is I got him winning tracks on a Chord 8 track. I got him winning tracks on a Tech 9 track. I got him
Sure.
winning a Lil Wayne, a Nas track. Like Wayne, he
Wayne is-
gets up
Wayne is
when
dope,
he
yo.
gets competitive. But
Yes.
to the other things that you're saying, like I don't think that there was really times in hip hop where he had to be held to account because there were really no
Bingo.
one of his tier that could hold him account
Bingo.
outside the Eminems
Correct.
and the
Bingo.
the X's and
And
stuff
they
like
wouldn't.
that. So,
and they wouldn't.
Because
That's
that
what it was.
time, during his heyday, rap was a lot less directly competitive
Yeah,
than in other times
yeah.
during throughout the history of rap. Like there was a time where niggas was kumbaya for real, and
Everybody
but it wasn't a
doing
problem. But it wasn't a
Yeah.
problem because we were getting so much dope shit. But that little lull that we went through before this Drake and Kendrick thing, it was everybody kumbaya, but we wasn't getting a bunch of dope shit. So now there's been a resurgence. It's funny how that shit goes. When that shit pops off, now you start getting all these projects from all these rappers and they actually rapping on the motherfuckers.
Yeah, facts.
That's crazy.
But you know, I'll say this. Maybe the lull for me didn't feel like a lull because I've been listening to them niggas battle for years now
Yeah.
in other venues, not necessarily on wax. So I'm getting that competitive drive from that, and not necessarily depending on motherfuckers that make records
Yeah.
to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like there was a time when there was a battle at least every week somewhere, small league, big league, something was happening, or there was a battle that I missed, so I go back and watch it. So I'm hearing these motherfuckers, and to be clear, there are some whack ass motherfuckers battling too.
Of course.
Whack, doing whack rounds just butt,
dude,
right?
straight.
But it was a lot,
cheeks.
straight cheeks, yo, straight Mr. Cheeks, yo. But a lot of the times, these niggas, I mean, some of the thought pattern that they do, the lengths they go to tear down the next motherfucker is beautiful.
Right.
I found it. Fuck
What
Pusha
was it?
T and anybody that love him. His head up his ass. I'ma have to headbutt him.
Damn, Wayne, it's hard to make a case.
Wayne, what are you talking about?
It's hard to make a case for that. God damn. As the defense, I have to be like, can we take a recess? My client and I have to confer because the prosecutor is killing us right now. The prosecution is killing us right now.
Yo,
It's like, bruh.
yo.
It's me, LT, like when you melt when you heat butter.
Okay, so if Wayne was actually a better battler, right? Would you say that a battle between him and Kendrick would be a puncher versus an angler?
Absolutely, without question.
I still think it would be competitive.
Wayne,
Even with all these that you're showing me, I think he's competitive.
I think if Lil Wayne, let's Doctor Strange this shit.
Okay.
Matter of fact, not just Doctor Strange. I got the whole gauntlet.
I got it over there, yo. It's right there.
Yeah, I got the whole gauntlet. Let's say if Wayne never became an addict, and if Wayne restricted his his input and was a better editor, if everything else about Wayne was the same, I absolutely think it would be an amazing battle.
Agreed.
But because of those two things, I can't in good conscience get excited. Get excited is the wrong word. I would still be excited for it because there's a hope. Because Wayne,
he has a puncher's chance.
Ironically, he has a puncher's chance.
Puncher's chance.
But I don't. It's not. It's not
if that nigga get the right beat,
facts,
and have the right string of
and
punches,
to not have been on any drugs for the last month or so,
the right string of punches, the angles ain't going. It's hard for angles to beat a competent puncher.
Yeah,
it's hard.
But the other problem though, Gray, isn't a Lil Wayne bars problem. The other problem is think about who Kendrick is.
And how much ammunition does he have?
Many ammunition points that he has against a Lil Wayne. The Emmett Till bar, the racism isn't real. The he shot himself. The him getting robbed by Birdman and still being right. There's so many angles that a Kendrick Lamar would have to work with for a Lil Wayne. That's the other reason. Like, if any of these were not true, if Wayne wasn't on the lane, if Wayne didn't have this cacophony of angles. Or not even or if one of these wasn't true, or if we have not seen Wayne directly engage people and be ass doing it,
right?
I would feel like it would be absolutely one for the ages. Not even just a competitive battle.
There's too much ammunition for a rapper like Kendrick who likes to pull at threads of your character. It's too much shit over the years that Wayne has done. And recently, one of his recent performances. He performed at was that the WrestleMania thing or one of them ones.
It was terrible.
It was horrible, bro. Like he looked like he shouldn't even be up there.
Yeah.
And if I'm a Kendrick, I'm pulling at all them threads.
Facts.
Like
you're going to engage the nigga that wrote the anthem for BLM 2020, and you got shit on your jacket like I've never experienced racism.
Yeah.
And racism must not be real because I'm a black rich man in America.
Yeah.
So
you got too much on your jacket.
So the reason why I look at battles in terms of like basketball series, right? 7-game series. And
that's a good way to.
I always look at it as in terms of at a team's best, what does it come down to? In my opinion, it comes down to matchups, right? Any sort of fight scenario, you're going to look at the matchup. You're not really going to look at the skill set because the skill set
not individually
already. Yeah, not individual, not in a vacuum.
Right.
The reason why I guess I argue Wayne over, let's say, what Drake presented and what J. Cole would have probably presented in that same circumstance was because I felt like the punchline matchups is just he's a better punchline rapper, where I feel like that gives him more of an advantage against someone like a Kendrick as opposed to Drake, who is a pop rapper. And you know what I mean? Like I feel like the matchup is, and J. Cole is an MC, but what I feel like J. Cole would not be able to do is what, the anthem style diss record that Kendrick was able to put together.
Yeah,
I feel like from that perspective, it's hard to think that J. Cole would be able to match up on a scaling perspective of like, I can make a record that is going to become the national anthem for diss records in a way that, Hit 'Em Up was, in a way that, some of the great Ether, and it's compared to those records.
No
Yeah.
Vaseline.
Yeah, no Vaseline and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
Takeover, right? It was compared to those records, and nothing that Drake did was compared to those records. And I don't think he's capable of doing
No,
this.
he'd have did it.
that's
Wait,
capable
all right,
of
hold on,
that.
hold on. Wait,
He
all
would
right.
have did it.
I have two arguments. You threw a lot at me. I have two arguments. One for Drake, because fuck Drake.
Hey, I gotta defend my
He's already
client.
did-
My client hired me, whether I agree that he is ill or not.
No, you- absolutely,
Defend it.
absolutely, and that's the same thing I'm about to do, because, like, personally, if I'm including bias, I wouldn't make either argument that I'm about to make right now.
Right.
But trying to be objective, Drake absolutely does have the capability to do that. There is one issue that stopped him from doing it, in my opinion. That is, he did not take Kendrick seriously, because
That was a mistake.
a huge mistake. It was the dumbest thing he could have ever
That was
done. The evidence that I submit is the song Back to Back. If Meek Mill was a bigger rapper, Back to Back would have became an anthem. I have no doubt in my mind about that. It's not that it's lyrically dense.
Nope.
It's not that it's any of those things. It happens to have it has the formula of Drake's biggest songs, while it happens to also be a direct attack
Yeah.
at this motherfucker.
So
where
if he
both of these
uses
things
that,
are solidified.
so if he uses that, let's say if he writes back to back for Kendrick instead of Meek Mill,
Mhm.
does it change?
I think that the narrative of the battle changes. I think Drake still loses.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I would even go and say it goes 7, but I think Kendrick would pull it out in game 7.
I think
Yeah, no,
not
I
like
still
I
think-
think
I still
not
think
like
Kendrick
us
wins.
would beat back to back.
Yeah, no, I think
I
Kendrick
think
still
it would
wins,
beat back to back.
but what they're trying to do for Family Matters, they wouldn't have had to try to do
True.
for the back-to-back towards Kendrick.
True.
They wouldn't have had to try to do it. It would have been what that was.
So what
Like,
is,
'cause on Family Matters, Drake was rapping.
I was gonna
It
say,
just still
I
isn't-
put the series
rapping, yo.
in my opinion,
He was rapping.
I put the series at 4-1. I think it was at
Yeah.
least a gentleman sweep, because Family Matters was the one shit that I felt like Drake was spitting direct,
Spitting on there,
ammunition.
yo.
But
rapping
and I
on
like that beat.
was
That beat is stupid.
Me too.
Yeah, I
Same.
like when he gets
Same.
on shit like that. But
Yeah.
I feel like it's still a 5. It's still a gentleman sweep, because Drake
Yeah.
didn't take Kendrick seriously. If he does, it
Yeah.
goes 7. But I think Kendrick on some West Coast shit is not
I
losing
agree.
to anybody outside of America. You got to
Yeah,
think,
Kendrick
man,
is
like, you're
different,
not
yo.
just fighting on behalf of you're not just fighting
Fact.
on behalf of a city.
Fact.
You got fighting on behalf of the whole country.
All
And,
facts.
and listen, I'm gonna say this as a Clipper fan. We've had issues with Toronto since Kawhi Leonard. Okay,
Funny.
we've had
That's
issues
hilarious.
for
That is
years.
hilarious.
Y'all been talking shit about LA. Y'all been talking shit about the Clippers. Y'all been talking shit about Compton. All right, so that he nuked y'all from space. Listen, the fact that Kendrick nuked them from orbit, man.
All right, I
This
have,
is
I
the
have,
thing
I have,
too,
I have an
but just
argument.
from a tactic standpoint,
Yeah.
the reason why a puncher typically a good puncher will do well against an angler is because he will keep people's attention. Like he will, especially if he starts first.
Yeah.
If he starts first, people get accustomed to that rapid fire punching. Bam, bam,
Yeah.
bam. You hitting him, bam. So then the angler comes in, and he has to build up
Right.
to get to the point.
Also,
And at that
it
point,
doesn't matter if the puncher is being truthful or not.
that's the other thing. The puncher can straight up lie and say, but if it hit, the crowd gets accustomed to just the frequency of attack.
Facts.
And we saw this with Jazz versus Official.
Mhm.
Same shit. Official
Mhm.
was punching her head off. Jazz was rapping her ass off, but
Didn't
she
matter.
was angling. And when you were angling, you had to build it up, set it up to get to
Pop a gun. You too scared to even pop your
Pop your
cherry.
pussy. Yo,
Like
nigga,
what?
nigga.
That
That-
bar.
I will make a argument for J. Cole that is Hail Mary. Okay. J. Cole has a history of going at other people in his tracks. We're going to ignore the fact that he always apologizes and acts like he wasn't doing it. We're going to ignore that part, right?
I
Wait,
apologize.
we're going to ignore that part. We're going to ignore that part. Because this is like, he's done it several times. No Name, Kanye, SoundCloud rappers, than Daniel Kendrick. But we're going to ignore all that, right? Not ignore it. My argument,
put it on the side.
Yeah, my argument is that this is the first time that he's really gotten backlash for it.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time he's actually gotten backlash for it. And if he got to the point where he was about to put pen down again, I think whatever it is in him that is conflicting him about attacking another artist, I think that goes out the window because of all the shit he had. Because that's the reason he put out the first song in the first place, is because fans and his people around him were like, yo, you can't let him such and such.
Can I speak on that point real quick? I want you to continue your point, but I think what happens is, Discord asked in the comment about the home field advantage. In hip hop and battling, that's unique because there's certain things that can set up home field advantage. Number one, if you attack first, you are most likely not going to have home field advantage because the person who didn't instigate will be looked at favorably for defending themselves.
That's right.
No, if you take J. Cole, in my opinion, it looks better if he's on defense than Drake.
Well, I would argue that his response was defense. Like, even though, not first person.
Which is why he shouldn't have apologized for it.
They're like, no, I agree.
I agree.
I am
more not have apologized.
This nigga should never have apologized. I quoted fucking Ether. Pop should apologize. Nigga, go ask Kiss. Like, that's exactly what Cole did, and the whole thing with Let Nas Down and Ether. But anyway, so yes, I agree. He should never have apologized for any of this shit. Even though I didn't like the no name shit. No, you shouldn't have fucking apologized for it. Stand on that shit.
No, stand on that shit.
But my argument is he was on defense. And if he would have stayed along that path, right? All right, here's my plan for Cole.
If he'd have been like, yo, he talked about me first, and now I'm on him.
Right.
He talked
Don't
about
put out the song you put out. Because
Right.
Two issues with the song that he put out. 3, really. 1, he didn't believe the shit he was saying.
And that's a problem.
But not to the point of I know I'm exaggerating. No, he was vehemently against some of the shit that he said in that song. 2, we already know that you are a fucking Jay-Z protege. We know that. You don't need to reference that for this. Yes, you had one thing right. This was setting up to be the new, what's the word I want to use? Greatest rap battle in history. So you reference what people consider one of the other greatest with Jay-Z and Nas. All right, cool. You interpolated the lines from Takeover. But knowing how much people love those albums that you talking about are trash was a bad move. You should have never done that. You know people love these albums. To Pimp a Butterfly, people are considering is that the one he won the Pulitzer for, or was that Damn? I can't remember which one he won. I can't remember which one he won.
No, it was To Pimp a Butterfly.
Okay, so like knowing how well beloved that album is,
well received,
that wasn't the one for you to be like, it was no, that wasn't. Jay-Z got away with that for several reasons. 1, because we weren't in the social media era. And 2, because there was absolutely a narrative about Nas, about the quality of his albums,
his beats, his instrumental choices,
and his beats and all that shit. Mm-hmm. Yes. So
wait a minute.
Cool.
Wait, hold on. You guys believe that Nas picks bad beats too? Or
that was the narrative.
No,
the narrative was that back then. I mean, to a certain degree,
outside of Uchi Wally, I mean, and that whole little stint he had,
honestly, hold up, though.
His beats were
I'm
dope.
not mad.
I'm a big Nas beat fan.
I think that Uchi Wally beat could have been a good song from Nas. I just think the combination of the beat and what the song was about, did not work.
Yeah, no, that chorus was terrible, and I don't even like that beat. I'm gonna be just completely 100. I don't like that beat at all. I just think that beat is so much too club, not enough culture.
It's fluffy.
Yeah, it's too fluffy.
But I think that was the point.
I agree.
But regardless, yes, you're right.
What up, GA?
What up?
GA was up in here.
The poster was for Damn. Okay.
Was it for
But
Damn?
The Pimp a Butterfly is considered the most important album in a long time. Yeah.
Okay.
The way that niggas, to be clear, I'm not a fan of The Pimp a Butterfly. That doesn't change anything. I would never have put in a song that was a boring album. Like, what are we talking about?
Well, it was
The
just
way that
like
niggas love
the
album-
line where Drake was like, "You rapping like you trying to free the slaves." Like,
Yeah,
was
why
terrible.
would you say
say
that?
Because
bro?
he
Say
doesn't.
that.
I can tell you why. Because he doesn't have self-awareness, and his ego.
And he only
It's the
saw
combination of those two things.
and he only saw his father a couple days in the summer down there in Tennessee and shit. So he ain't really build up that awareness of that side of his heritage where don't say no shit like that, sir. Don't like he didn't instinctively know not to say that because he only spent a couple of days every summer down in Tennessee with his black daddy, and he keep thinking that that's gonna validate some other shit. But all right, I hear you. I hear you.
Memphis half raised.
Right, right.
Not even
Right.
half.
It makes me think of how rap battles are like the drunk thoughts of a sober man.
Sure, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I
Yo!
bet you that shit he probably thought like, you know, why did they free the slaves type shit? He's probably thought that
Right.
shit. And then he got in this situation with Kendrick. And for some reason that when it gets beefy, people get drunk on the beef because you got niggas around
Facts.
you. Everybody
Facts.
here like, yeah, get him. And it's just like,
Facts.
all right, you want to say some crazy shit. And then you say some crazy shit, you know, like what Biggie said on the one song with the one time.
Yo!
It was like,
No,
that's too zesty. That's
No.
too zesty, nigga.
I would never. That's crazy. Why would you say that out your mouth?
zesty.
So, all right.
Say
So,
that,
Even at the
yo.
time, I
Not
remember
even-
thinking like,
that's wild.
Yo, at the time we was like,
What do you mean, sir? I have never had that experience.
No, ever.
I've never witnessed a woman so great.
there has
Like,
never been.
there's never been. But yo, so here's the thing. Not
y'all are
just-
too silly.
It's not just that he wasn't self-aware. It also goes back to him not taking Kendrick seriously. Because if you take Kendrick seriously, you would pay more attention to what he said. His
Yes.
argument was not that you are white. That was the argument that Rick Ross was trying to make.
Yes.
No,
yes.
his argument was that you lack American culture, Black
That was his
American culture.
exact argument.
And for your response to be, nigga, I set it up. No. And then you're always rapping like you're trying to get the slaves free. No, you're not listening. You're not paying attention. This is
See-
exactly what he's critiquing you on.
but if there was even the modicum of I guess downward pressure from the culture of consequences for saying stuff like that,
Yep.
being
Yo,
more
tell
crazy
the
than they
truth,
are.
yo.
Because like,
Tell the
here's the
truth.
thing I
It
don't like
never would have
about,
been a thing.
yeah, here's the thing I don't like about quote unquote the culture. It's like there are things that we say you can get the shit slapped over you for, right? If you say the wrong shit, disrespect the wrong people, we'll slap the shit out of you over it, right? How come that isn't something you get slapped the fuck out of over?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Why?
You know why?
Why?
You know why? Because people like Whack 100 will go on Adam 22's show and let him say whatever the fuck he wants to say,
Right.
and there's no consequence. It's things like that that inform
But
things
also,
like this.
but also from just a more micro, laser focused on Drake for why he would say it, it's because Dennis ain't teaching better than that.
Facts.
His
It's
father
because
did
Kendrick
not.
was right.
It's because Kendrick was 100% right.
Lacks
He-
the cultural awareness
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
African Americans.
Yeah.
That's not his first slave bar.
Nope.
He's had one before. I don't remember what it is because I don't listen to this nigga's music like that. But he said something about American slaves before, like
Mhm.
in a song. Like it is a cultural awareness issue, and because he's so high, literally, like his status, and because he lacks that awareness of the culture,
Mhm.
he can get away with this shit because there's no fear of any repercussions. Also, because a bunch of the niggas that's popping benefit from him.
So they co-signed a lot of shit he did. And again, I'm gonna say, Dennis,
You
the
raised a
reason.
horrible fucking person.
Yeah, you the reason, Dennis. Yo,
Well,
you the
then,
reason.
then he's the reason he took the L. Because I mean,
Yes.
Oh, yes,
without-
100%.
Yes.
with the greater, I think, awareness at what was going on. I think
He did not prepare him. Let me
Yeah,
tell
you would have
something.
prepared better for that exam.
Let me tell you something. My son know how to throw hands.
Right.
He wasn't raised in the hood,
Right.
but we made sure he knew how to throw hands.
Right.
Because that's your responsibility.
Yeah,
It's your responsibility.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
So
The most annoying thing about this is, regardless of how we feel about Arbery Drake Graham, the most annoying part about this is he is one of the representatives for what hip hop is today, and he actually is a talented writer. And that's the fucking problem here, because
when he writes,
that's my point. That's my point, and that's my point. Like, that's the problem. What up, McKenna? That is the problem. Like, that's what's most annoying about this, because one of the things that I could always say about Drake in the past is that nigga gonna fight back though, and that nigga gonna really fight back.
Yeah,
I can always say that about him until now, because you know, Joe Budden aside, because he had a legitimate reason to not respond to Joe Budden. I don't give a fuck
what was that reason?
Oh no, he ain't want that. He ain't want that smoke.
Right.
He ain't want that smoke. But
right.
On top of not wanting that smoke, it wouldn't have been beneficial.
It wouldn't have been
in any way, shape, or form.
Wouldn't have been. I
to
agree.
do that.
I
the
agree.
Meek thing, Meek. So with Meek and Pusha, he earned credit, even though he ended the shit with Pusha early. He earned credit from those two because Meek and Pusha have those type of reputations.
Right. Right.
Budden did too, but again, there was no benefit from him.
Yo, what Budden say? Can't Bell
build
the way out of this one.
Nigga.
Fuck.
And it's funny that Kendrick said you can't Tootsie slide this way out of this
right.
one. It's going to resurface.
Right.
It's just going to resurface,
right.
And that's what it's doing. And he's continuing to perpetuate this. Like, what the fuck? Oh shit! What time is it? God damn it! I have to get to a couple things.
Okay.
I can stick around to close it out if you need me to, Tombstone. Absolutely.
Good shit.
Hey, right, I appreciate you even having me as a guest, SPJ.
Always.
I mean, you already know.
Yeah.
So there's two important things that I have to talk about. One of them is less important. One of them is just a fucking work update. That shit got on my nerves. I'm gonna try to tell that shit very quickly to get that shit out the way. So I get to work Monday. Things started off smoothly. Then shit got stupid real fast. So I've spoken about our firewalls before. They are all connected and accessible from a central portal that I can get to. And whenever one of them goes down, I get an email or whatever the case may be. Usually when they go down, it's because of a power outage or less often an issue with Comcast having some sort of outage with their network or some shit. Both of those situations are annoying, but they're great for me because they don't require me to do anything really.
Right.
I don't actually have to do much work to get those back up. It's just whenever BGE fix their shit or whenever Comcast fix their shit, it's back up. So I don't have to do anything. So this was different. I get a text from one of the jobs telling me that the internet had gone down. I checked my email. Sure enough, the firewall was down. All right, cool. Clearly they had power. Clearly they had power because they were calling me. And I asked them if the phones were working because that would have told me if Comcast was up. The phones were working. All right, shit. So that means I'm now telling her I'll see her later because now I'm instantly annoyed and preparing myself because that means I have to go out this motherfucker and actually do some real troubleshooting, some real work. And there's no guarantee that I'm gonna be able to fix the shit. So it's annoying. So I have to figure out what's going on. And our network administrator didn't give us much info on these, which meant that I would have to get in contact with him. He is terrible at responding. So I just knew I would be in for an annoying day. I was going to try to enjoy the rest of the time I had in the office before I had to head straight over there and deal with that mess. After that was established, I looked back at the email and saw that another one of our firewalls at a different location was also down. Potentially a coincidence, but regardless, more annoying because that means there's something else that I got to fucking fix.
Right.
So I started getting ready to leave because there was no reason to wait anymore. Now I got to get up and go do shit because I need to make sure this gets up as fast as possible. And these places are also on opposite sides of town. So if I can get to the first one and finish it, I would go straight to the second one, and hopefully that should be most of the day, and my day would be over. It was New Year's Eve, so we were closed on New Year's. So it was the day before day. I'm sorry, it was 2 days before New Year's. So it was the day before what was going to be a short day and then a day of.
Right.
Before I get a chance to leave, 2 more devices in different locations went down.
Oh my.
So now I'm canceling that plan. All right. So I text the network.
Keep going. I can hear you.
I text the network admin. Always text him with my boss in the group chat because that's the best way to get him to actually fucking answer. I told him that 4 of them went down within about a half hour of each other. He couldn't figure out exactly what was going on. He said it seemed like the devices themselves were fine and that maybe it was a modem issue. I said that was possible, but it didn't seem likely. Spoiler alert, dumb stuff always happens to me at work. Always me.
That's hilarious.
So,
I call it group home kid luck. I say all that. I always have a term for that. It's called group home kid luck. So when some shit goes down, I'm like, dog,
that's funny.
Kid luck, dog. Go ahead.
That's funny. So he told me to see if I could get people to power cycle the devices because he could still ping the modem. And I'm like, okay, cool. There's a little bit of hope. So I'm trying to get these people that are all at different locations that have pretty much zero technical experience to power cycle this device that they've probably never looked at before in their life. So you can imagine how difficult that was. So I called the first location. She answered the phone. Hey, James, I'm glad you called. Are you coming out today? My internet's not working. Why the fuck didn't you call me? That's what's supposed to happen. When something goes wrong, you're supposed to let me know so that I can come fix it. Oh, my bad. All right, whatever. So she's new to the company. She's not tech savvy at all. And it was very difficult to get her to the point. Like I had to get her to take a picture of the devices so I can point out to her which device was the right device. It was a whole thing. So while I'm working on that, another one of the locations calls my supervisor, who's not my supervisor, tells her the same thing. I called another one of the locations. Somebody answered the phone. Hi, baby, what's up? Hey, why didn't you call me about the internet being down? Oh, I just thought you knew. Again, no, it's not how this shit works. If something's wrong, you're supposed to call me and tell me about it. So she wasn't at the desk closest to the device. I asked her to transfer me to the person that was at the desk closest to the device. She transferred me. The person didn't answer the phone. So it went to voicemail. So I just hung up with them. I was going to deal with them later. The first place I called texted me saying that they did the power cycle, but nothing changed. All right. I wasn't confident she did it right. And I told the network administrator, I'm like, it seems like the power cycle didn't do anything. I'm on my way to this one location. So I'm on my way there. I get there. I start troubleshooting. I start doing everything I know. None of that shit worked. I went into research mode. I had a bit of a dead end. I told the network administrator where we were. He told me the company that we bought the devices from has customer support. I said, all right, cool. So I opened a ticket with them and I called them. For what it's worth, this was the most pleasant experience I have ever had calling customer support.
Really?
And as long as I can remember. Like, I called, the robot asked if I had a case number. I dialed in the case number. They sent me to a representative. It only took like 30 seconds for them to answer. The guy was nice. He spoke clearly.
You actually talked to a human?
Yes. He was nice. He spoke clearly. He started helping me immediately. He had the info that I put in throughout the process to that point. I didn't have to repeat myself at all. It was glorious. But then we ran into a problem. There's an option to block or allow remote support. We have it set to block. I needed to change that, but I couldn't find it. The guy says that probably means you don't have full permissions. So now I have to get off the phone with this once in a lifetime actually helpful customer service person.
You want to keep him on? You want to put him on hold?
Right. So I have to get off the phone with him, and I text the network administrator like, am I not an administrator on this? Like, what is happening? While I'm waiting for him to respond, I get a call. Actually, before that, this is the other problem that I have with our network administrator. You have another job and in a life, etc. That's cool. Congratulations, good for you. But as difficult as it is to get in touch with you, and as long as it takes for you to get to our issues, we need to have access to fix these things. But we don't. So that creates a problem. Anytime something major happens, we're at the mercy of him and his schedule and whatever the case may be. But whatever. So we talking back and forth, and I get a phone call. This person calls me, is telling me that one of the locations went down. I said, I already know. He tells me another one of the locations down. I said, I already know that. This is some wide-ranging issue going on. And then it happened. So, do you know the number one reason that I ever use the words I don't know? This might sound absurd to some people, but it's because I don't know. That's the number one reason I ever say those words. I don't know. It's because I don't know. If I'm giving an answer to anything, it's either my opinion, the facts as I understand them, or an estimation based on the facts as I understand them. I very seldom move off of assumptions that I make. This person knew what the issue was. Why did this person know what the issue was? Because this person caused the issue. This person told Comcast to increase our internet, but he didn't know what would happen or have to happen for that to go into effect. Why didn't he know that? Two very important reasons. The second of which there was an easy fix for. The first reason is because this isn't his area of expertise. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's the point of a team and a company with different departments. If there is something that comes across my desk, but it's not my area, I'm going to find someone else in the company who's either more familiar with it or who can at least tell me who I should be talking to. Reason two is that he did not consult with anybody in my department. So at that point, where a third of our locations don't have any access to the internet, was the first time that anybody in the IT department heard about this change that he made that caused the issue. Funny enough, as I was writing this note, a sixth device had gone down. So now it was 6 devices down, no internet at all. The people basically couldn't do any work. So he tells me what he did and what he thought would happen. Now, I'm not in position to fuss at him, nor would it have actually made the situation better. So I asked him if he would go ahead and call Comcast and figure out what needs to be done. So the thing that he told me to do, of course, didn't work. So he called them back and then set up a service call for them to come out. Now, I'm sure he knew this, but I decided to be petty and make sure that he knew every single location that he needed to call for. So the next day, 3 more locations went down. I get a call from him saying that he talked to Comcast and that since they are technically new lines, they all now have new IP blocks, which means we need to reconfigure the firewall devices to work with them. But of course, when he told me that they had new numbers, he didn't have the numbers. Also, whenever he did get me the numbers, that wasn't something that could be done remotely. I had to physically be at every single location in order to reconfigure the device. Also, it was New Year's Eve, so we were closing early that day. I went to my boss, told her what he told me. I didn't realize this when I started talking, but the owner of the company was in my boss's office at the time. It was crystal clear that it wasn't our department's fault, so y'all can extrapolate from that what you will. I went to my seat. About 5 minutes later, my boss comes out and tells me that if I'm willing and available to come in the next day, then I would get overtime. It only took me like 2 seconds to lament the idea, and then I said yes. Because first of all, I didn't have anything planned. But second, it was going to be overtime, and I'm not going to say no to extra money. So third, it would actually save me stress. No, nigga. Third, it was actually going to save me time and stress because I'm the only.
Yo, you just went mute for whatever reason.
I can't hear him at all.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Yeah, no, can't hear him at all.
Mm-mm.
I thought it was
You
me.
broke it.
Sometimes my shit will go out and I have to reset my card. But
No, he broke it. He broke something over there. We can't hear. I can't hear your retort, so that's fine. I can't read your lips either, so I don't know. You did break it though. I know for a fact you broke it. You be breaking shit. Yeah, you broke that shit. Okay, all right. I just heard a little something. A little something. So as you can see, SBJ is currently having a technical issue.
I didn't do anything.
Okay, he came back a little bit right there.
it's real muffled.
I didn't
That's
do it.
right. You didn't do it.
It wasn't me.
So,
No, believe it or not, it really was. Anyway, that's not important.
Dan, you're back
Um,
now. And
not important.
it was that cat. I knew it. I
No,
knew it.
The cat's not in here.
Whatever, man.
The cat's not in here.
Don't shoot him, Bale.
I would never. That little nigga, that little nigga bad. That little nigga has earned his name.
Chaos.
Yeah. But yeah, so the third reason was it was helping me out anyway because it gave me the opportunity to do this shit without people in my way asking me unnecessary questions, not knowing what the fuck they talk about and bothering me. So it was a rare opportunity. So about 5 minutes later, though, I realized that this is one of the holidays where our job is actually closed. It's not that we were off. Like some holidays, part-time agents still open up the rental offices and shit. No, this is one of the ones where we actually close. So I text Dawn. I'm like, hey, can you are the office closed tomorrow? She was like, yeah. I'm like, all right, you feel like making some overtime? She was like, hell yeah. I said, all right then. So I went and told my boss, like, hey, the offices are actually closed tomorrow, but I already texted Dawn. She's willing to come in and let me into these offices. The boss is like, hey, whatever you need to get this done, because this should not have happened. This absolutely should not have happened. All right, cool, bet. So I told my boss I would get the jobs on the west side up and running on New Year's Day, and I got her to help Dawn to help me let me into each of the offices. That process went smooth. We got that done in like 2 hours, which is amazing. It's so easy to get work done when there are not people in the way trying to manufacture things to say to you. Because
you really do have that is a definite pet peeve of yours.
Yo, it's a problem. It's a real thing. Like you don't have anything. Yeah, yo, like you don't actually have anything to say. You have no idea the next day how many people. Oh, when did you cut your hair, motherfucker? I took my locks out over a month ago. At this point, what are we talking about? You've seen me several times. Why are you? Anyway, whatever. So the next day, I started my day.
No, these niggas be like, "Oh, you grow a beard."
Right, like what the fuck are we talking about here? What, like, and we don't even speak. Why are you feeling the need to say something? Anyway, whatever. So the next day I started my day, text the supervisor, not the supervisor, hey, this is what happened. Because there was no reason for me to involve her in any of it because it don't really concern her. She got her own shit going on. I'm not gonna bother her with nothing until it's something she needed to do.
Right.
Which was the case. There was something that she needed to do. I let her know. I forwarded her the numbers so that she could do it. And there was another thing that needed to be done, but only the network administrator could do. So the person who caused all this found a way to make my day just a little more annoying. This is an educated guess, just given how these things
Sounds
work.
like a person after my own heart.
I don't have proof. But I'm assuming he called Comcast and got them to re-enable the old lines that were cut off, right? This doesn't sound like it should be an issue, right? It shouldn't have. But the problem, there are two problems. One, he didn't tell me that he did that. I know, shocking, right? But two, this means that those locations' statuses within 2 days went from fully working to not having internet at all to fully working to having internet but not being able to do everything they needed to do. So those things combined to see me show up to one of these jobs, proceed to switch everything to what it was supposed to now be, and then being met with people getting kicked out of what they were doing because nobody told me that they had internet.
And it was all your fault.
That part. And if they were doing either of those two things that they could now not do, now they had to wait.
And they all looking at you.
Oh, see, that part I don't mind. I don't give a fuck about y'all being mad. I'm mad about y'all saying something to me about it. Like, be mad.
Did they though?
One person was like, not like it was my fault, but it was like, is the internet off? And I'm like, yeah, it just cut out. Give it a couple minutes, it'll be back up.
So nobody came up and said, everything was working fine till you.
No, they ain't. See, because they're oblivious. They don't know what the fuck is happening.
Okay.
They just know the internet is working or the internet's not working. Matter of fact, they call the internet the email sometimes. So like, it's a whole
what?
So, no, we're not doing that. We don't got enough time. I got a whole other thing to get to.
The hell?
Meanwhile, I went and did all of those, everything updated to what it's supposed to be. I did my normal rounds, and then I went downtown. It was now past 1:40. I sent my supervisor, who's not my supervisor, that information before 8 o'clock, and she sent it to the network administrator shortly after. Any bets on whether or not he did what he was supposed to do by 1:40? Nope. Of course he hadn't. So this is yet another test that we are fully capable of doing, but he just won't give us access to do it. For God's sake, my supervisor, who's not my supervisor, built the thing that this task is attached to. She's fully capable of typing in some numbers into a box on the screen.
You don't know that.
I'm fairly positive. And then back to that company's customer support again, best I've ever experienced. Once I found out what the actual issue was, I forgot all about the ticket that I opened. So most companies, if you never hit them back, they
don't hit you back. Yeah, that's a fact.
No, they sent me an email asking me if the issue had been resolved. I went and closed the case. After I closed the case, the next day they sent me another email confirming that it actually was solved and that it wasn't
these
a mistake.
motherfuckers?
I know, right?
Something ain't right.
They sent me another email confirming that that was actually done on purpose and it wasn't a mistake and that everything actually was up and running.
Yo, they child traffic, yo.
You stupid.
Listen, you can't, bro. It's something bad on the other end.
I don't know what to tell you, bro.
It's something bad on the other end, B.
That customer service experience was perfect. It was
yo, no
it
such
was
thing.
S tier. Listen, I was just as flabbergasted as you are right now.
We gonna find out something about them. Watch,
nigga. It was S tier. It was S tier support. It's crazy. All right, so now the actual important thing. So, if anybody that is in here is on my any of my social media,
I am.
Oh, okay. Then y'all would know that I'm now an engaged man.
Yeah, I definitely saw that on your Facebook. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. This was one of the most annoying processes that I have ever gone through in my entire life. I already had this conversation with her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I already, and she's probably, she may or may not still be listening. But yeah, this is one of the most annoying processes I've gone through in my entire life. For those who don't know, again, Chrissy and I are getting married this year. I'm sure a decent amount of you have seen the post because I got congratulations from most of the people in the chat and whatnot. The wedding planning is a whole nother story. But this proposal, nigga? So I've never done this before, obviously. I've also never... I've also
Convince
never
somebody
talked
you
to
know.
no nigga. I've also never talked to anybody who's done this before about doing this. So I basically went in blind.
No, you used all your experience from TV sitcoms,
No,
and
nigga,
movies
no.
and rom
So
coms. And...
you know, y'all, anybody that knows me at all know that I don't go into situations blind like that. I'm a well-researched individual generally, but I prefer to do things that come naturally and take into account the players involved versus trying to fulfill some template.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
I don't,
right.
I hate that shit. I hate doing shit just for the sake of like.
Right.
No, I don't. That's not my thing. So I do not believe, just because other people have done a certain thing a certain way, that this is how it has to be done. No, absolutely not. So I definitely had people I could have asked, but again, those were their experiences. This was about us. So I had to cross-reference with her about what she would like and wouldn't like, but while simultaneously not making it super obvious that I'm asking and without giving anything away. Even worse, she kept asking me about details. So we already
You
knew.
should have told her to mind her business.
Oh, I did? No, nigga, hold up. You know better. So we already knew we were getting married, that we already talked about that. But she still wanted the whole proposal thing. So I'm like, cool. But I do imagine that's a bit of a unique position to be in. Like I don't know what the percentage is, but I wouldn't imagine that it's the vast majority of people that already know they're getting married before the proposal happens.
Yeah,
So
you'd be surprised.
I mean, it's not a topic that I dabble in, so I don't have any real data to back it up. So I was fighting with exactly how secretive I was going to be. There were just certain things that were either out of my control or that I knew she would be suspicious about.
Right.
So I basically did a combination of keeping it secretive, but also egging her on. So one example, and it worked. I didn't think it would work this well, but it was one of the things that she mentioned as a gotcha after it happened. So I showed Marcus a ring in front of her. Now, it wasn't the ring that I bought her, but I knew that she was nosy enough for that to pique her interest.
I already saw the ring.
Yes, I know you saw it. But I knew she was nosy enough for it to pique her interest because, again, she already knew we were getting engaged and that I was buying a ring. Overall, she had sent me like 7 different rings that she liked. But of course, I can't get her any of those
Any
rings.
of them.
Yeah, like what the fuck? Because then what did I do? Like, no, absolutely not. So basically, I took certain things from this ring, certain things from that ring, and looked for that in a ring and found one. But certain things like there couldn't be any nickel in it because she's allergic. She doesn't like the color silver. She wanted a specific shape. We both wanted to make sure that the wedding band matched the engagement ring. So in my mind, it means I had to buy a set.
Mm-hmm.
So I found the right ring. I bought it. I now had to figure out when and how I was going to propose and when and how I was going to tell our parents. Now, if left up to me, they would have found out when one of us called them after it happened.
Right.
But Chrissy insisted that I talk to her dad first. Now, this isn't actually any issue with him because I love him.
Right.
More on that later. But I'm vehemently against the whole idea of asking the father for the daughter's hand in marriage. Like, I hate that shit with a passion. For one, it sounds and feels like property to me. Like,
that's what it was initially.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah. So that's the one thing. And then here's the other problem. Well, with the whole thing about it feeling like property, I feel like I would never bring myself to confront a nigga I have no ties with about my daughter in that way.
What do you mean?
Because
explain that.
So that could potentially cause issues for her.
Mm-hmm.
Like if if there's a situation about like specifically the question of marriage and like unprompted, I'm not just gonna go up to this nigga and say something to him without having any conversation with my daughter or none of shit, because that could cause issues for her.
I feel you.
That could potentially put her in danger. That could potentially put whatever they're building in danger, because it could be a certain thing where they actually have a great relationship, but there's something about him that I don't like, and I'm projecting. I'm projecting onto them. So no, I don't like that. And on top of that, I would just give her my thoughts about it, because it's frankly not his business, to be honest.
Mhm.
Like, so the more personal reason though is I've never actually had a relationship with a woman, and this spans back to when I was a child and girls.
That clip is going to be crazy.
Hey, whatever.
That clip I cut right there is going to be
Shut
nuts.
the hell up. I've never had a
Any
situation
references?
with that. I know, right? I've never had a relationship like that where the girl has the best relationship with their father. Like, and by best relationship, I mean, I can't think of a single human female that I've ever dealt with whose father was really in their life like that. Like,
Wow.
never. For some reason, this has been my history.
Wow.
So dealing with Chrissy is very different. I literally came into this relationship not knowing how to treat a father. Like, how do you interact with it? Like,
It depends
do
on
you
the
feed
dad.
it? Like,
Well, you stupid.
no, I'm dead serious. Though. Like I was a complete
It
novice at
depends
this.
on the dad, bro. I've been in
Clearly,
this situation. It depends on the dad. Some dads want very little
Mhm.
interaction with you,
Facts.
right? They just don't want to hear no bullshit
Right.
about something. Because the thing that guys gonna have to realize is that the person that was protecting her all these years
Mhm.
is that nigga.
Mhm.
Once you become the significant other,
There's a sniff
that
test that
protect
you
there's a changing of the guard,
right.
and
Yes.
the father wants to know a couple of things.
Mm-hmm.
That you ain't no motherfucking punk,
Mm-hmm.
and you out here with his little girl, and
Facts.
some niggas try some bullshit, and your bitch ass
Facts.
Right.
All facts.
like,
Right.
All
no,
facts.
no.
So here's the problem though. Chrissy didn't help with this matter at all. So she only served to make matters worse.
How dare you?
She has
How
a tendency.
dare you?
She has a tendency to speak on her father through the lens of how their relationship was in the past. Their relationship today is amazing, but he's old school. So there were various times while she was growing up where they would butt heads on things because she's a young lady and she's, all that whole thing. But here's the thing. I have yet to meet that version of him.
That version, right.
The version I know don't do nothing but love his wife, love his little girl, make dad jokes, and be helpful. That's all I've ever experienced this nigga do. Like, this nigga's the most pleasant. Like, so, but here's the thing. Here's the thing.
That's the be helpful part for me.
I'm so serious, yo. Like, I'm so serious. Like, this, he's great. He's amazing. So, but but you know me, I'm always going to defer to the person with the experience.
Of course.
So, and talking to him about marrying said little girl seemed real heavy. Like, she didn't help when she was telling me his reactions to her ex-husband. So, was I going to sit down with this man and ask him for his daughter's hand in marriage?
Y'all two different niggas. So
no, I mean it that was never going to happen. Again, I don't believe in that. What I did was, we had Thanksgiving over here. When they left, I walked them to their car, and I told them, like, hey, I'm preparing to propose, blah, blah, blah. Showed them the rings. He said, wow, as long as y'all two happy. Her mother said, I don't think I've ever seen Chrissy this happy. And then he said, no, I don't believe I have either. Congratulations.
Wow.
So Minutes after that, my parents were leaving. I told them the same thing. My mother was
Did
more
Christy go ask your parents for your hand in marriage? Or?
right. That part, nigga. I'm the prize. So my mother, of course, was a little more expressive because her baby boy has never done this shit before.
Right.
And also she had no idea. Chrissy's mother had an idea already, but when I told my mother, she didn't know anything really. So the only thing left at that point was how and when was I going to propose?
Your mama from my generation.
Facts.
So, yeah.
So how when was I going to propose? I thought of so many different ways. With a bunch of people, with no people, out at a restaurant, some elaborately planned day. Maybe I would do it in Times Square, maybe on our trip to Atlantic City, so on.
Times Square is dirty, so don't
nigga, everywhere is dirty. It didn't
New
help.
York though.
No,
New York,
that's
New York
dirty. It didn't help that we were so busy around that time. Like, so I had it narrowed down to two potential choices. We were supposed to have a game night with all of our friends for our birthdays, and she was going to have a brunch for her birthday. The brunch is tomorrow. That's actually our anniversary, so that would have been cool, and that's what I was leaning towards at first. But then I was talking to Dion, and Dion was like, "Yeah, that's cool, but that would be predictable." And I definitely agreed. Like, she would absolutely be expecting
You would expect
it to happen,
Yeah.
right? So I'm like, no, the brunch is out. The brunch is out. So at that point, we had decided, and the game night turned into being just my friends. That's a whole nother story. So it didn't really make sense to do it then. So Dion suggested we do it.
Wait a minute.
Here.
One thing that I find in it, just it's different for me.
Mhm.
The fact that y'all remember the date of your anniversary. Like we remember the month. But the actual day, because here's the thing,
Y'all just
you don't
It was
know
11. It was 11 months ago, nigga.
still like
No, nigga, what do you mean? Y'all, that's a completely different thing. It was 11 months ago. You
don't know if when you start messing. Well, it's a little different for y'all because y'all knew each other since y'all was in school.
I knew
But
since I
when
was
you
17.
So you meet somebody, you don't know if that shit is going to turn into any
That's
fucking
facts.
thing.
That's
So
absolutely
it's
facts.
not like I go in right now. Okay, on this date I met.
No.
No.
You know what's funny about that? No, you know what's funny about that? I actually didn't do this for Chrissy, but I used to do this thing where I would write in my like Google Calendar when the first date was.
See,
simply so that because I knew I wasn't going to remember it. There was no way I was going to remember it.
Right.
So I left it up to technology. Funny thing is, I didn't do that shit for Chrissy, and now we're about to get married. So
Which
that's
is crazy.
But anyway, so Dion suggested that we do it at the house one day, getting Chrissy out of the house. The initial reason was going to be her going into the office because she goes into the office for work 2 days out of the week.
Right.
I was going to turn off the Ring camera. Dion and her girls would come over. They would decorate. She would come in, and boom. That was going to be the plan. But when I told my parents, my mom wanted to be here. And my stepdad wanted to take pictures.
Oh, man.
So there was now a loose plan that still needed to be tidied up. But there was one big barrier that prevented anything from being solidified. The fucking ring. I couldn't lock anything in as far as the proposal until I knew when I would have the ring.
In your hands, right.
I bought the ring on November 13th. When I bought it, they said it would be arrived between December 6th and December 12th. That time frame would have had all of those potential thoughts that I had would have been in play because all of those things would have happened after the 12th.
Right.
I'm sorry, New York, not New York. Everything but New York would have happened after the 12th. So the next time I checked when it would be there, it said it would be there between the 7th and the 13th. The next time I checked, it said it would be here between the 17th and the 20th. So because of all the moving around and shit, I contacted the seller to see if something was wrong with the order. Like, what the fuck? Why is it changing so, like, violently? They got back to me immediately. They sent me photos of the actual finished rings, like, in their hands. They sent me a photo of the package that they put it in and shipped it. So I'm like, all right, cool. All right, that makes me
He
feel a little
basically,
bit better.
said to you, we already shipped it. It
Yeah,
ain't
we
on
did
us.
what we supposed to do.
It's them motherfuckers. Like,
Right. I'm like, okay, cool. Because you never know what could happen. Because they had to make this ring. Like, this wasn't a ring that was already made. They had to actually
man, that dumbass
make,
shit.
Listen. Let's not quibble over details. We're not gonna do
that dumbass shit.
So
They had to go and actually get the diamond,
Shut up.
and it was cold at the time,
Oh
right?
my god.
And then they had to put some pressure to it and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Stupid.
So I'm like,
Shit.
all right, because of all the moving around, I can't. Well, after that happened, I checked the shipping date. The day that we got back from New York, it arrived in New York. Now, not that I could have gotten it from there because I didn't have enough information on me to prove that it was me and all that other shit. So I couldn't have got it from there anyway.
Yeah, the
But it was
ID.
just one of those.
Okay,
Nah, nigga, you didn't need more than that. And my address isn't on my ID.
you could have gave him a
That's
blood
over.
sample. Like,
Nigga, I don't even know if they took that. So that was one of those irrational annoyances. Like, I couldn't have got it, but still, just the
no, but
idea.
I know how you feel about that because the people that print our books are in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
So it's crazy. So there's times I'll be like,
Yeah.
bring this over there and snap it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 2 days later, after the whole after it arrived to New York, 2 days later, it said it would be delivered today. That day came and went. The next day, it said it will be delivered tomorrow.
That day came and went.
Later on that day, it went back to the 17th to the 20th.
Yo, they playing with you. They
Nigga.
playing in your face.
So then
They're playing
on
with
the
your feelings.
16th, clearly, like, they had me. I was all over the place, nigga. Like,
Yeah.
because everything else depended on this. Like, there were steps that we were trying to take to, like, because this is not a long engagement by any means. It's like 9 months away, nigga. Like,
Yeah.
so we got shit to do, and we could not really begin really planning until after this process was taken
You
care
should have
of.
went and got some aluminum foil, right?
You know what's funny?
And then bend that shit into.
You know what's really funny?
What?
There were several substitutes that I suggested to her. She wasn't having any of them. I suggested several.
No, you know the ties that be on bread and shit?
Nigga.
You could have went and just got
Nigga.
Stupid.
The only thing about that is the only bread that we actually buy doesn't have the ties. It has the little plastic thing.
Oh, it has the plastic.
Yeah, it wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have fit on her finger.
Plus, y'all
So-
like fresh bread, so
Yes,
unlike the people in my house, y'all like fresh bread. Y'all close the bread. And shit.
yeah, I closed the bread. So it wasn't- but so then on the 16th, there was finally an update that the ring had arrived in Baltimore, like at the post office that serves me. And I think it actually got to the house on the 18th.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I was going to the mailbox every single day
I bet you
during
was.
this time period.
I bet you was.
So now I have the ring, and I have to figure out when and how to do the proposal. So the original plan for Chrissy's birthday was that we were going to get tattoos with Dion and then go out to eat. But the tattoo thing fell through. So after I sent Dion the picture of the rings, she suggested some other day that they were supposed to come over anyway. But I told her that would not work because it would be very difficult to get Chrissy. It would be almost impossible to get Chrissy out of the house on a day that we're supposed to have company, because she got this whole anxiety thing where she turns into a martyr, and now she gotta like vacuum the ceilings and some shit like that. Like,
Hey, sometimes them ceilings be getting dusty.
listen, it's a whole thing. So it was no way I was going to be able to get her out of the house long enough for them to do anything on a day that they were supposed to be coming over here anyway.
Right.
So I was like, all right, I'm trying not to do anything suspicious anymore, because I've already been doing potentially some things purposely suspicious,
Right.
just to, knock off her radar.
Right.
So like I could try to make up a reason for her to go to the store if they were coming over, right? But that's not in any of my behavioral patterns. If we need to go to the store, I would normally tell her to just have it delivered. Even if she looked past that, the only way I would have been able to control how long she was out was if I went with her. And be volunteering to go out of the house to go shopping.
That's a red
might
flag.
be the biggest red flag of them all.
Yeah,
like what the fuck? No, I would never have said that. So I suggested to Dion that we do it on her birthday. Dion agreed. I'm like, all right, cool. The shit I went through to keep this a secret. I don't think I've lied to a human being so much in my entire adult life.
Yeah, that's a great way to start this marriage situation.
I know, right? Yo, I walked this tightrope between keeping her constantly engaged, no pun intended, and telling her to mind her business. Right. Like, I probably told her to mind her business over 100 times throughout this process. And that's not I'm not exaggerating.
Oh, I know. I already know.
Over 100 times. Right. But again, it wasn't completely a surprise. So there were parts I either wasn't worried about or I wasn't even going to bother attempting to keep a secret. Like,
she should have been like, "You are my business, nigga."
I know, right? No, she tried to make that argument. Oh. she tried. It didn't work. So like, once I got the ring, I didn't even hide the ring. Like, the ring was sitting right here. Like,
on your damn desk.
On my desk. Yes. In the box on my desk. Had we had a show during this time, y'all would have been able to see the box. that's how far I went not hiding the ring. Gina and Mo came over the day we got back from Atlantic City, and I showed Gina the ring. I thought Chrissy for sure saw the box in my imprint in my pocket that day. Like, I walked by her while she was sitting down, and
she
the
was
ring
like,
was
"Is
in
that a
that
wedding
pocket.
ring, or are you just happy to see me?"
She thought. No, she actually later on when we talked about it, she thought it was my earbuds. So,
yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
So my mom had to work, so she couldn't be here. But before I found that out, I hit Chrissy's mom like, "Hey, we're doing it on this day. Do you want to be here?"
Right.
She said no because she didn't want to raise any suspicion. Now, the way that it was set up, that actually shouldn't have been an issue. But with her saying no, I'll just let it be at that because it would have been another thing that I would have had to try to think about that I really couldn't control.
Right.
Like, so no, it wasn't no reason to add anything else. So I left that alone. Funny enough, the Ring camera started to die about a week and a half before my birthday.
Oh my.
Which was perfect. I was just hoping that it would have lasted until the week of her birthday.
Right.
But it died while we were in Atlantic City. So now I would have had to try to make excuses for not charging it without her getting too annoyed whenever she thought about it.
Yeah.
So like the night that we got back, the night that we got back, she realized it was completely dead.
Right.
Because we had ordered food and the food got here, but we didn't get a Ring notification. Oh, the camera must be dead. But we were busy, so I got away with not charging it that day.
Right.
I didn't have to even give an excuse. I was just like, oh, okay, cool. I'm going to take care of it. Didn't have to give an excuse or anything. I just had to hope that for 3 more days, nothing else happened to remind her that the shit was dead. She thought about it a couple of times more, but by that second time that she mentioned it, we were already 2 days out. I just went ahead and took the battery out and put it on the charger. Should take a long time to charge anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I just put it on the charger and never mentioned it again. The next time she asked about it was on her birthday when we were not in the house. And she was like, "Is the camera still dead?" I said, "Yeah, it's on the charger now." So I got away with that.
You got away with it?
No, I got away with it, nigga. Oh. No, nigga, I got away with it. I purposely also didn't confirm where we would be going for her birthday or what we would be doing for her birthday because I didn't want to set any expectations at all. She started asking me about her birthday in early November, and I kept telling her we weren't doing anything because it was always a potential option for the day of the proposal.
Right.
So then the day before her birthday, she threw a wrench in the plans because she said we should go to this restaurant that Gina works at.
It wasn't.
The problem with that is that put me in a bind because Gina works day shift, and the plan was set for night. So, and given that Dion and my stepfather were involved, it was too late to change that plan around. Also, back to not being super suspicious, it would not have made sense for me to say no to going to this place because I love this place.
Right.
So if I would have been like, no, we're not going, that would have been really suspicious.
Right.
It would be super suspicious, especially when I didn't tell her where we were going. So I had to say yes to that. So I just added that to what we were doing that day. Then after we went there, we came home, we chilled out until it was time to go to dinner.
Mhm.
When it was time to leave, I purposely left my phone in the house so when we got in the car, I could come back, do a couple things without her knowing. Like
That old trope.
I had to
left my phone.
I forgot my phone. God damn it. I had to put the cat away. I had to get the ring. I had to do a little quick tidy up at a place. So we went to dinner. Dion's texting me like as soon as we leave. I'm like, we about to leave out. She's like, well, I'm around the corner, so just let me know when y'all clear. I'm like, cool.
Right.
Text her, we clear. We had dinner. Dion said she needed about an hour. I'm like, that's perfect. After that, because the place we went to was 20 minutes away. So that's an easy hour. After that hour passed, I asked for the check. Soon as I asked for the check and the waiter went to get the check, Dion's youngest daughter texted me saying Dion needed more time. So I went a little in the stall mode, but not too much because the closer we got to it, the less suspicious I wanted to be. So the baby texted me back saying that Dion was ready.
Wait a minute. The baby texted you back. I didn't know
Dion's youngest.
Oh,
no,
talking about
Dion's youngest daughter. She texted me back saying Dion was ready. I'm like, all right, cool. I text my stepfather like, hey, Dion's ready. So whenever you want to head over, it's cool. He texted me back saying, I'm here. Dion's not ready. I'm like, fuck, what is happening? Turns out, what happened is Tony pulled up, went to come in the house. Dion had only met Tony once. So she didn't recognize him. So she wasn't trying to let him in the house is what was happening because she wasn't going to let no stranger in the house.
Of course not.
So eventually they got that figured out. He got in. Dion texted me telling me hurry back before the balloons start falling.
You should have used Scotch tape, sir.
You stupid. So we're about to get up, and the waitress comes back telling me she gave us the wrong check.
Oh.
So now I went from Dion's ready, let's go, give me the check, to Dion's not ready. All right, stall. Dion's ready, hurry back. Oh, no, there's a problem with the check. God damn it. All right. So
That's ass.
Right. So we get that figured out and went home. Funny thing. So I'm driving. Chrissy's mother's name is Yvette. My work mother's name is also Yvette. So I'm driving. What up, sis? So I'm driving.
What's up, sis?
And I get a text message from Yvette that says, I don't be on Facebook like that. Are you engaged? Because her mother already knew. I'm thinking this is her mother who's ready to go to sleep for the night and trying to make sure she stays up until it happens.
Right.
Then I actually look at the message and I realize, no, this is my work mother who has no idea about any of it.
Right.
And she had caught the clues that I was putting on Facebook.
Ah.
So I bust out laughing. And Chrissy like, what's so funny?
Aha, you caught. Oh, no?
I'm like, nothing. She's like, what? Why you not going to tell me? You sitting here laughing out loud. You're not going to tell me what you laughing at? I said, mind your business. So I was like, no. I said, no, I'll tell you later. It's a whole thing. I have to get into it. And right now I'm just trying to focus on getting back home. She said, all right.
That should have been That should have did you in right there.
nigga.
That
right?
should have did you in right there.
So back to things I couldn't control. 3 things made me nervous throughout all of this, right? So one obviously was when the ring would get here. Obviously, that was the biggest thing. Then once I got it, I put the ring on my pinky, and it was big, like big on my pinky. So I'm like, oh shit, let me try this on my ring finger. And it was still a little big on my ring finger. I'm like, God damn it. I wear 11 and a half. She wears an 11. I told them 11. Now, do I think it is 11? I do think it is actually an 11. But then I was worried, like, is this shit not gonna fit her? Like, this is crazy.
That shit gonna be spinning around like a fidget spinner.
Nigga,
Is that
about to fall off every time she wave at somebody. Like, what the fuck is
and you
happening?
go, look at my
So
in the air.
the third thing I was worried about was somebody going to completely ruin the surprise? So I was telling people, but there are a couple people that I gave very little detail to.
Because you knew these
Nigga.
people here, yeah.
Outside of Dion, because she was helping me plan it,
Mhm.
anybody I have ever heard Chrissy call her best friend or some shit like that was off the table. Like,
They gonna snitch.
Gina saw the ring and knew that it was coming, but I didn't give her any details. Not because I didn't trust Gina. Actually, not because I didn't trust any of them. It was the amount of potential times that there would be for something to slip out.
Yeah.
Also, because of how unique the situation is, because they all know that we are planning on getting married. I didn't want it to be a situation where she says something to any of them and they think she knows more than she actually knows,
Right.
and they spill the
Right.
beans.
Right.
So the only people at that point, the only people I was worried about were Dion's children. That was a long time, a very long time for them to keep a secret. And they did so good. Because here's the thing. They talk to her almost on a daily basis. So for them to be able to keep this secret, that was amazing.
There was an alternative tactic you could have used.
What?
You threatened them.
That's no. I would never. No.
Listen.
Cut it out.
Hold up. You little,
Cut it out.
you listen. This is gonna go off without a hitch, and you ain't gonna be the person or person that messed it up. Oh, hold on. Why you closing the door? I want you to know how disappointed I would be if
I'm
you
taking this as a
screwed this
personal
up for me.
offense.
I'm
That's
taking it.
hilarious.
So on the day of, the baby posted a picture of chaos and Chrissy saw it. Now, here's the thing. Generally, that wouldn't be an issue because they love chaos, right? The thing that let Chrissy know that it was recent, though, was because we recently changed Chaos's collar.
Leaving clues all over the fucking place.
So she saw that picture and she was like, something's up, right? But even then, by the time we got home, Chrissy had second guessed it because she didn't see Dion's car. The other thing was how nosy Chrissy is. Nigga.
Yo!
So she basically has all of their locations. So the point in time where they turned their location off was always going to be suspicious. There was no way around that. We knew that was always going to be an issue.
Right.
But that goes back to the ultimate reason why I decided to do it on her birthday. Because even if somehow she found out that somebody was going to be at the house, it still could have just been for her birthday.
Right.
So that was the main reason that I picked her birthday to do it. And again, that's what she thought it was. When she thought that they were there, she thought it was a surprise.
Oh, her birthday. Right.
So she never really thought that it would be the proposal. So I also planned out my Facebook posts to lead the post announcing that she said yes and everything. My thinking there was that, sure, I don't really post on Facebook like that, but I'm definitely known for posting song lyrics. So I tried to make sure that they were different times of the day to show less of a pattern.
This nigga did a rollout.
Every nigga, yes, facts. So every post once a day from a week out was a song lyric that I fit into the caption for the engagement post. So the last 2 days,
plans. Facts.
So the last 2 days, those posts I purposely hid from Chrissy, like she couldn't see those two. So because they were super fucking obvious, like for her to have seen them, she would have known. Yeah, she would have known immediately. So I posted the last two. I undid the second to last one the morning of her birthday, and I undid the last one right before we got out.
Your mic is doing that weird shit again.
Your mic is doing that weird shit again. So I unhid the second to last post the day of her birthday, and I unhid the last post right before we got out of the car. The post what happened, the final post went up. It all went damn near perfect. So balloons and shit. Dion put the whole "Will you marry me" on the
doves and all that shit.
Nigga, listen, if she could have, she would. Dion
geese walking off.
Should have been
put geese.
Geese. Oh, I didn't think about geese.
Should have talked to me.
No, she should have. No, that would not have gone over well. If there was a live goose in the house, she would have left.
No, not goose. Geese, nigga.
No, nigga, ain't no way.
Several. Like, you know, the ones that be in Addy neighborhood and shit is over
there. No, nigga, ain't no way. Ain't no way. So yeah, it was all I tell you what, it's easier to plan a trip.
Now you want to plan a trip now?
No, nigga. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said it's easier to plan a trip.
Oh.
It's easier to plan a trip. Look, I don't gotta ever do this shit again, so I'm good.
That's a great attitude, bro. That's a great attitude, yo.
I'm good on this shit. In hindsight, it was fun. The adrenaline of the worrying and all that other bullshit. It was a little fun. That's not how I get my enjoyment.
Yes, it is. You one of those thrill seekers.
Hell, not in that way.
Putting together proposals. This is probably like
the
12th proposal.
Nah, nigga, can you imagine how annoying it would have been if she figured it out? Completely. And the funny thing is, part of me, at several times throughout this, thought what if I just tell her? Or what if I just show her the ring? Or shit like that. But here's the thing. Again, from the jump, this was never going to be a complete secret because, of course, she knew we were getting engaged.
Yeah.
So it's certain shit I did that I would have never done if this was a secret. Like the whole showing Marcus a ring. She was sitting right next to me. If this was a secret, I would have never done that.
That's true.
She was like, it was a couple things. One of them was when you showed Marcus the ring. I'm like, oh, that wasn't the actual ring. Like, no, I would never have. No, what? And if it was a secret, I would have never done it in any version of it in front of you.
Facts.
Like Marcus has a cell phone. I would have just texted him.
Yeah.
Like not hiding the ring. At any moment when she works in this room. At any moment, she could have walked over here and saw the ring. Like,
wait a minute. So y'all, that's crazy. So you got your studio shit on one side of the room. Mm-hmm. She got her office shit on the other side of the room. Mm-hmm. That is literally the way. Well, you already said that is literally the way we have our shit in here.
Office.
That's crazy.
Not that from you, nigga. So yeah, it was fun. It was fun, teasing her and oh, this is what's happening. Like I asked her one time, I was like, so I don't have the ring. And she's like, what do you mean you don't have the ring? I said, I paid for it, but that shit ain't here. This was after I already had it. I was like, I paid for it, but that shit ain't here. Like,
little false finish there.
Yeah,
I had to throw out as much misdirection as possible because, like I said, there was already an element that I was not able to control.
Right.
There were always several elements that I wasn't able to control. Chief among them was the whole location thing. There was no way at any moment when their locations turned off, she would have known something was up. So
Right.
there was no way really around that. So I had to, like I said, that's the main. I'll say that's the main reason it was on her birthday, because there would have been another reason for people to have been there. Same reason why it would have been on the game night. There would have been another reason for people to have been there.
It wouldn't have just
Same thing with
that.
the brunch. Right.
Right.
Same thing with the brunch. There was another reason for people to have been here. And generally, I don't like combining things.
Also, generally, you don't like people in your house, so that you have to be careful.
Like, there were like one or two things that I did that are outside of the ordinary for my character, but the vast majority of the plan centered around being things that I generally would do. Like she has a thing where she will ask me to do something that she might feel like needs to be done before I feel like it needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
That fit with the whole Ring camera thing. Like, oh, can you? Because before it died, once we got the notification that it was dying, oh, she asked me several times, "Can you charge the camera? Why do you need me to charge the camera right now?" Because something. It's not dead. It will last for a little while. There's no rush for it. but that is a similar energy to what I would have for a similar thing.
That's true.
So I just kept that same. I just kept that same energy. Like, it's not about to die no time soon. We will be fine. Like, but we about to go away. Yeah, my mother's going to be over here. Like, my mother's going to come through. No, not she'll charge you. But my mother's going to come through to check on the cat. Like, the house will be fine. Like, everything will be fine. We won't have to worry about none of that until it finally died. That was the time I started worrying, because, like, shit, now I don't have a legitimate reason to say that I'm not going to charge it.
Facts.
So luckily, just the first time, I just got away with not saying anything.
Yo, I'm actually very surprised that cat didn't fuck with the balloons.
The cat was in the. I put the cat away. Remember before we left for dinner, I put the cat away.
That's right.
So, because when that was something that I did not think about. I'm glad Dion thought about it, because when she texted me, she was like, "All right, make sure you put the cat away." I'm like, "Oh shit, right."
Coming at all them shits be popped,
because they got like, he likes people. I don't know if they would have been able to get him in that room.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm so glad she remembered that part and said that. Like, it's literally, funny thing is, leading up to us leaving the house, I put my phone on the charger because it was dying, legitimately dying. And then I went to get ready. And when I finished getting ready, I just walked downstairs, never grabbed the phone. And in my head the whole time, I'm like, all right, we need to leave as soon as possible, because if at any moment she puts any thought to this, it would be a little bit suspicious that I don't have my phone with me.
Right.
So I'm like, you ready? She's like, no, I'm not ready. I'm like, wait, why are you not ready? And she was doing something. I'm like, all right, cool. And then she was like, eventually she was like, shouldn't we be leaving? I'm like, nigga, I just asked you if you were ready. Like, what do you? So once that part happened, I was like, all right, cool, let's go. Grab my phone. Grab my keys, put my hoodie on, head out the door, get in the car, turn the car on. No phone detected. Oh shit, babe, I left my phone in the house.
Oh ass.
Let me go get it.
You did the whole Home Alone shit too.
No, I wasn't that theatric. No, I wasn't that theatric with it. I wasn't that theatric with it. But I was like, damn, I left my phone in the house. Came in, ran straight upstairs, grabbed the phone, cleaned up this, that. I had to find. Luckily, one thing I was worried about is sometimes he'll go under our bed, and when he's under our bed, it's hard to get him from under the bed. And I wasn't about to close him. Right. Listen, if it would have had to come down to something like that, it would have. The problem with the broom would have been, though, he would have still tried to go hide from me. So, but luckily he wasn't hiding anywhere. He was just chilling. Grabbed him up, put him. And the thing with the room, we don't have a litter box in our room. So I wasn't about to close him in the room.
Right.
So put him in his room, got the litter box, got his toys, all that shit. He'd be good. Put him in there.
This little motherfucker got his own room, yo.
Because we have extra room. We got extra room. The reason he got his own room is because when we first got him, he was so young that the people was like, you want to keep him in a small place and keep him confined to a small place for the first couple weeks, let him get more comfortable with being an actual cat before you let him, roam around to a bigger area. I'm like, all right, cool. So we got this extra room. That's going to be his room. So did that. And I was rushing because how long would it take? But again, true to my nature, I could put my phone down and not remember where the fuck I put it.
I do that all the time.
So that wasn't really suspicious or anything. So got out there, I'm like, and the nervousness in me, because this part of me is not I'm a good fiction teller. I'm not a good liar. So I had to that's one of those things that I use actually to see when somebody's lied to me, when they say little unnecessary shit because they're nervous.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely did that. When I got back in the car, I was like, God damn. She was like, what's wrong? I said, I hate the fact that when I get back in the car, if I don't have my phone, I got to turn my car off and turn it back on.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit.
Now, it's true. I do hate that.
But it
was no
shit.
For me. Right.
It's extra shit. And she should have been like,
you can say that shit out my mouth.
She should have been like, are you proposing to me today?
I guess the only reason that it didn't really bring up a flag is because it is true. I do hate that thing. So I was able to say it with conviction, but nigga, it was absolutely a nervous thing that I just said. There was no reason for me to say that shit out my mouth. If I would have turned the car off and turned it back on, she would have never said anything.
Listen.
There was no reason to explain.
You were so nervous at any point in there that she would have just figured that shit out. Like you stubbed your toe on the back on the way back to the car. She's like, you're proposing to me today.
I was so close to the finish line. And it was like, all these things have gone well so far.
That shit would have been, I ain't gonna lie, that shit would have been hilarious.
I'd have canceled everything.
Smallest thing.
I'd have canceled everything.
That she'd have been like,
I promise you.
You're proposing today.
Yo, I was like, I'd have been like, what are you talking about? And I'd have texted Dion like, hey, listen, we gotta do another day. We gotta do another day. Hit my stuff out, like, listen, today ain't the day.
Like you put your car keys in the pocket you usually don't put it in. She like, yo, you yo. Like, is this a proposal?
Yo, I hit the brakes a little bit earlier than I know.
Right. You go past the light, she like,
yo. So I it was very interesting doing all of it. It was her mother was a G with keeping the secret. Like so there was something that happened before the proposal, but after we had already talked about it, where after I had told her parents that I was setting up for the proposal, but before the proposal actually happened, something happened, and Chrissy texted her mother in reference to a wedding, and her mother was like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of commitment that we need. Like, keep that shit up." Even when she called her after the proposal, she was like, "Hello."
She didn't know exactly. Yeah. So
she was like, "Hello." Her mother was like, "Hey, baby, how you doing? What's going on?" She was like, "You know what's going on." She was like, "I don't know anything. I don't know what you're talking about."
Still, that's what I'm talking about. Keep the lie alive.
My mother, on the other hand, in that first instance, my mother did do that. Absolutely. But after we called her for the proposal, my mother was like, "Nah, all bets were off immediately."
Yeah.
Basically, as soon as she answered the phone, she like,
I can see it. I can see
so
that.
it happened? It happened? I'm like, Ma, I'm so glad that it did. Because in the event that it hadn't.
Oh, she'd already. Yeah. That shit, the cat chaos would have been out of the bag. So yeah.
So yeah, that was the whole thing. I ended up she has this thing where apparently like the sizes of well, I guess it's everybody, but it happens to her. I think she's like her actual finger size sits between two sizes.
Mhm.
So in the winter, her finger gets smaller, and in the
Mhm.
summer, her finger gets bigger. So I got her this little like clear spacer thing.
Oh, to put okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So that actually works pretty well. So yeah, now it's on the planning, and I've told her she has not listened. It's very hard for her to listen to this, but I told her, don't ask me nothing about this wedding until we have the date, because we can't plan anything else until we have the date.
So what I would suggest for Chrissy is, in the past, SBJ has hit me up with a link. I said, go to this link, do a thing, install this, don't act me shit, right? Right? And whatever that was, it worked out. So just know that, just go with it. Go with it.
I'll be trying to tell people. Some people listen.
Well, we're going to make an official show and GU community congratulations for you guys for the upcoming nuptials.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Appreciate it.
Like that shit is pretty dope. So it's just funny how all this worked out.
Nigga.
Yeah, it's just funny how all this worked out. But I'm glad it did.
Yeah.
And you know, a few years ago, I was trying to get this nigga to go chase something. Remember, we was up at that little strip mall. Nigga, chase something. He was like, I don't be doing that.
That's not what I do. It's not that's never been my thing. It's never been my thing.
Chase something. It was plenty out there. These was business women. These was, you know what I'm saying? It's one of them little pop-up shop thingies where my wife had her business thing sitting right there. And I was like, nigga, chase something. Some professional women in here with businesses. Chase something. I don't be doing that. Turns out he was right. Turns out he was right. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was right. But I come from that old generation with, nigga, say something.
Facts. Absolutely.
I see you looking. Go say something.
Right.
Go say
All
something.
facts. I don't know, yo. Like I've always felt like that's like a bit of an invasion. But I get why. I don't. Not that I think that everybody is doing it maliciously,
Right.
but I can see it being a bit of an invasion. So I don't really.
It's cultural too. It's like, all right, so when I was growing up, nigga, that's how you did it.
Absolutely.
You go up there, you get them digits.
Facts.
Don't fumble. Don't trip on your way over there.
Yeah.
Nigga.
You better just keep walking if you do that.
Right. Your breath cannot smell like Doritos and no shit. Like, take your ass over there and say something unique and shit. Like something, you know what I'm saying? But times change, culture changes. It's not the recommended way to go typically now.
Yeah,
it's not the recommended because shit can get live and you don't want to be looked at that way and shit.
Correct.
But I would even argue that this is actually a few years ago when I was telling you go chase something. Even then, that probably wasn't the recommended.
Probably wasn't
thing to do at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Probably.
I'm from the old school. Man, go say something.
No, thanks.
She putting the box up there. Go help her with the box.
Right. Here's the thing. You weren't wrong. But I wasn't either.
You wasn't wrong either. Nah, you wasn't wrong either. You wasn't wrong either. You know. Look, Marissa said, wait, what is the recommended way now?
Listen,
I couldn't tell you.
I couldn't tell you.
I
know, like
I'm 17 years. I'm 17 years in. I can't tell you.
Here's the crazy thing. Even though that's never been my way, once I realized that like it was not just not my way, but it was socially unacceptable.
Right.
I was like, but how?
Because what do you do now?
Even though it's never been my way, but in my head, I'm like,
there's websites now.
How these niggas
There's websites now. Go.
I mean,
go holler
sure,
some
but-
other websites.
No, yo, there gotta be another acceptable way. I mean,
It has to. Oh,
I guess it just depends on the person.
it depends on the venue, right?
Okay,
The venue,
all right,
right?
I'll give you that.
So if y'all you at a club or you at a bar or you're at any place where it's the reasonable expectation that motherfuckers are going to be having a
Right.
whatever, right? Look, Marissa's at 13 and Marissa's 13. Yeah, see?
Right,
We don't know.
right.
We don't know. I'm 17. I 17 years in, bro. I can't tell you how I feel bad, really, for the younger
Yo.
generation of how y'all gonna do that shit. Because the way we had a lot of fun, but I'm sure there's a lot of fucked up situations that took place
Yeah.
because of that too. Because matter of fact, yeah,
Well, not even just.
Yeah.
I have examples. Like I have examples that girls have told me about.
right.
Like the whole idea of giving a fake number, giving a fake name, not for any other reason than you being scared that something
Bro.
might happen to you.
And-
yeah.
Even the opposite, because there was a situation with a homie from Florida. We were all downtown. He hollered at this chick. She ain't like it. She started talking crazy to him. He played it off with, jokes and all that. But my man was a real laid back dude, right? Come to find out, she lived in the neighborhood near where he was staying.
Mm.
She see him. She make a big deal about the fact that he went and approached her.
Oh no.
She told some niggas around the block. They jumped him.
Oh.
And then he started packing. So the niggas
Oh.
didn't leave it just at that. When they saw him again, they tried it. He killed both of them
Mm.
and then went home and waited for the police to come and get him.
Hey.
And my man, shout out to Kokomo. Kokomo's still gone. He
Hey.
yeah. So,
That's a crazy chain of events, right? Like,
and Kokomo as a rapper, he was the first Florida rapper I ever heard. He was nice.
Mm.
Kokomo was nice. We were supposed to do a song together and everything. But
dang.
Yeah.
That shit crazy, bro.
yeah,
So, like, I am 100% relieved to be out of that.
out of the market. Off the market, nigga. You are off the market now. You love to see it.
Yo, McKenna said one of my go-tos when getting catcalled or stopped by guys is to just act crazy and lay on a thicker Southern accent. Nobody wants to mess with a Florida crazy woman. Yo,
She turns into Florida woman. she turns into Florida woman.
and see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I feel like I don't have the answer. Basically, I don't got the answer.
And I don't need it.
I don't got
either.
the answer. No offense.
And I don't need it either. I
Facts.
don't need it. And look, whatever the situation is, it ain't stopped my son from beating this chick, that chick, that, whatever. So
Right,
they done figured it out somehow. Right?
Yeah.
They done figured it out somehow.
That's facts. Like me, I was generally like, funny enough, proximity was always my thing. Like
That works too.
a
A friend of a friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Friend
shit
of a
works.
friend, co-worker, classmate, these type things.
You gotta be careful with the code.
Some other nigga, listen, that's a whole nother story.
It
Um,
is.
having something already to talk about, some other reason to speak to this
Yeah.
person.
Yeah.
Like that's always been
Yeah.
my thing. Like
And again, I'll say this. I don't know if it's still the same now. Having humor has got me
nigga.
into places
Nigga.
I probably should not be.
Facts.
I got
facts.
wins I probably shouldn't have got,
nigga.
but because the nigga silly, right? Silly and kind of clever with it, right? They start laughing. You make them laugh a few times. Things is kind of
Yeah.
open.
No, it's
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yo, McKenna said I always have a knife on me. So if you just have it in your hand and ask if they know people's skin is easy as a squirrel, they tend to stop talking to you. Yo,
you met the wrong people. You met the wrong, because I know some guys would trade war stories with you about skinning something. So, you met the wrong guys. Yo, it's this one white dude. He come from Western Maryland. We worked at this when I was working in the gun manufacturer, right? he literally found the chipmunks kept messing with the garden that the owner had on the property. He shot one of the motherfuckers, brought it inside the machine shop, and then skinned it on his table, and then took the skull of it, put it on a popsicle stick, and put that shit in the garden. I said, the fuck you do that for? He said, as a message to the rest of them motherfuckers, stay out of this garden. I was like, oh, word? But mentally in my Rolodex, I was like, yeah, you ain't all there. You probably should not be working at this place. Like, you probably should not be working at this place right here.
My question is, did it work?
I don't remember. I know Jack was growing all kinds of tomatoes and peppers and all this other shit, and he did have a beef with the motherfuckers fucking with his shit. And dude went out and shot the motherfucker with it was a BB, shot with a BB rifle. Wow. Brought him up in there, skinned him on the table. I'm sitting there watching him going. Okay, but you gotta remember, I was the only nigga in there at this point.
Right.
My homeboy was working there before me. He got me the job in there. Then he went to prison.
Right.
So I was at that time the only black motherfucker up in there. You know what I'm saying? So I just let people do what they did. The only one that was even close to me was my man Chezzy, who was half Mexican, half white. So every so often we would take over the radio. He'd be playing Cypress Hill, and then I'd be playing whatever the shit I'm playing. But most of the time, it was rock going on in there. But I was cool with that because I listened to rock too, right? So I was cool with that. But yeah, it was strange.
Bruh.
It was definitely
That's
strange.
Hilarious.
Yeah, man.
but yeah, I guess the moral of the story is
What's the moral?
Actually, no, I can't think one.
No, I got one for you.
All right.
It's from the Lion King. Be prepared. That's the lesson. Be prepared. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Get off the market as soon as possible.
So that's what I've been up to.
That's what you've been up to?
That's what
I'm going to finish. I'm gonna do mine next week. Because we've been on here and I got some shit I gotta do. I do want to shout out a couple of things real quick though. Shout out to Cindy for those dice she made for Siobhan. I do have the reaction video. I'm gonna send to you.
I can't wait to
those dice, bro.
Right.
That shit. Them dice look crazy. They look crazy. The other thing is a little sad. So a friend of the family passed away the other night.
Damn.
Mama Rose, my mother-in-law's like one of her best friends. Like it feels weird because over these last 17 years or so, like honestly, if you saw my mother-in-law, you saw Mama Rose. Whether they was globe-trotting across the earth, going to this country, that country, or they was at some event or whatever, right? She was there. She was a really good person, and we're gonna miss her. So I just want to say that officially, right?
Absolutely.
And other than that, it's a lot of stuff about to happen in 2025.
I mean,
that's the comics. A lot of stuff.
Interesting.
A lot of stuff is going down. So if you start to see,
plan.
I'm just saying, if you start to see some things on your social media, when you follow us about Majestic Comics, pay attention to them. That's all I'm saying. Pay attention to them.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
It's going to be a dope ass year.
A lot of stuff.
So we want to thank everybody for once again joining us for another rousing edition of the Black Culture Geeks podcast. Let's also thank my man Graydon Square showing up for the whole show. Appreciate that, bro. I think you're going to be doing some streaming a couple hours after this.
Yep. Later on this evening, probably I'd say around like 4:00 my time, so about 4 hours from now.
Bet. So everybody, make sure y'all tune into that. Also, don't forget to check my sister, his fiance, Chrissy's podcast, Heard Through the Grapevine. Pretty sure that's going to be interesting. The next one's going to be interesting.
Oh, yeah. And so that depends on if it snows the way that it's supposed to snow. Monday or not.
Monday.
That's going to determine if they have an episode this Monday. If not, then it'll be the next Monday.
Okay. All right. Well, just be on the lookout for that one as well. Don't forget my man, Super Side Guy, my other dog, Hendrix, Metas and Mutants podcast. Go check that out as well. Also, there is always music. Always music. Somebody's always dropping something. Either
every time.
Like Vox Luminous, they're great and drop. Weeks go. Make sure you go and check that out. Run them fucking streams up. It's always old music, present music, music that's about to drop, all that shit. Go check all of that out. And if you have not, go join the Majestic Comics Patreon. Along with your Patreon membership, your paid membership, you also get a subscription to the digital copy of the book. So yeah, go check that out as well. So for my man SPJ, and for my brother Graydon,
Big clangs.
I am Tombstone the Dead Man, and for the greater multi-world and GU community, we are out.
Peace.